turn now to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Mr. Leader, your response, first of all, to what the Speaker said there about the President's comments on the enemy within and using American cities to train the military.
Well, good morning, George. It was a deeply disturbing statement that the President made. We need presidential leadership that brings people together as opposed to tearing us apart. And certainly it's the case that not a single American should ever be viewed as the enemy within or potentially as target practice for the American military, which is why the American people have rejected the deployment and occupation of American cities and towns and counties with American military troops. We have the finest military in the world, and they should be used to keep us safe from external enemies.
You also heard the Speaker say that the Democrats want to fund health care for illegal aliens, illegal immigrants, by trying to reverse what was in the President's domestic spending bill earlier this year. Your response?
Donald Trump and Republicans have shut the government down because they don't want to provide health care to working class Americans. Federal law prohibits the use of Medicare, Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and the Affordable Care Act to provide health insurance in any way, shape, or form to undocumented immigrants, period, full stop. That's the law, and Democrats aren't trying to change that. What we are trying to do is negotiate a bipartisan agreement that actually brings the two parties together and funds the government in a way that improves the quality of life of the American people.
It doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon. Are you worried the Democrats are going to get blamed for this shutdown and the unity is going to erode? Already, two Democratic senators and Angus King, the independent senator from Maine who votes with the Democrats, already voted with the GOP once.
Well, Democrats are united in our resolve to make sure that we cancel the cuts, lower the costs, and save health care for the American people. We're in the midst of an incredible crisis, a health care crisis that Republicans have caused. Already this year, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, triggering the possibility of a $536 billion cut to Medicare as a result of the one big ugly bill that Republicans passed if we don't act by the end of the year. In the next few days, more than 20 million Americans are going to experience notices that will indicate that their premiums and copays and deductibles are about to skyrocket, bankrupting many Americans or preventing them from being able to get access to the health care that they need. And in the midst of all of this, Republicans have effectively canceled medical research, and because of the one big ugly bill, we know hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health centers are closing all across America, including many rural communities that Republicans so often represent all across America, and they could care less at the medical and healthcare crisis that they have caused.
Mr. Leader, thanks for your time this morning. Robin?
Thank you.
All right, Judge, coming up here in our... Good morning, everyone. This is Sochina Hosa, and we are starting a government shutdown. And so we are here today to talk to Whip Katherine Clark. Unfortunately, last night, the government shut down and the American people are waking up to sort of this chaos this morning. And so today we'll talk to Whip Clark about what that means for the American people. So Whip Clark, thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, I am so pleased to be here with you on this, very somber morning for our country and for our Congress.
Absolutely. Americans are waking up to this news today. And for a lot of Americans, and especially those government workers, families in the military, people who are living paycheck to paycheck, they're wondering how long this is going to last and how is this going to impact them. And so I would love to hear from you on the latest and what kind of impact you think this will have to government workers.
Yeah. Listen, the workers have been under assault since Donald Trump took his oath of office. He has been very clear that he is out to punish federal workers. He is out to just make life harder and more expensive for the American people. And this shutdown fight really is centered around just that. It is about protecting people's health care and lowering their costs. And we know that healthcare is one of those drivers of very high costs for the American people. And when they can't afford it, it is devastating to people to look at their children and say, we're not going to be able to get you the care you need. To look at a spouse or a loved one and say, we can't afford the cancer treatments. We may suspect something is wrong, but that preventative care is out of reach for us. So we're going to have to wait until the diagnosis is truly bad, till we're in an emergency situation. And what we have seen from this administration, whether it's the outright dismissal of public servants who help provide our Social Security checks on time, make sure that our airports are secure, that make sure that we get our health care benefits, that they are expendable in the eyes of this administration. And at the core of it, what they have done to healthcare is dismantle it, whether that's from the $1 trillion they took out of Medicaid, to the taking away people's tax credits that helps them afford the ACA premiums, to ending medical research and really snuffing out hope for a cure in the future. And so all of this takes place as we move into this shutdown. And we are saying to the government, we are saying to the government that is run by Republicans, majorities in the House, the Senate, they have the presidency. You have to go back and fight for the people who sent you here. And at the core of it is a healthcare argument, which is so central to people's ability to have a quality of life and be able to provide for their families. So the fact that they couldn't even be bothered to show up for work, that they didn't engage with us in a single negotiation around this, and instead have chosen to plunge our country into another shutdown of their own making is really a incredibly difficult situation for Americans to wake up to this morning.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought up Republicans not wanting to come to the table on healthcare, because the vast majority of the American people want affordable healthcare. This is what Democrats have been talking about for quite some time. And yet I thought it would be an easy fix for Donald Trump to come to the table with Democrats to fix this problem, given that healthcare costs are going up. And so to me, I was sort of surprised in a way that he would not even give leadership the time of day. Can you talk to me a little bit about those negotiations? Because I was just shocked last week that when Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer were trying to meet with Trump, he would not meet with them, but he would meet with them the day before the shutdown. And then that ended up being a non sort of serious meeting from the president. And so can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was really incredible. Listen, they extended the budget back in March and they, said, listen, we're going to work on all these things together. And what we've seen is just a series of moves that are unilateral, highly partisan, extremist, and it continues to take away health care for the American people, all to fund tax breaks for very, very wealthy Americans. We're talking the billionaire class, people with tens and hundreds of millions of dollars. They continue to benefit while the American worker pays for it. And all of this occurred between the last two extensions in the last 7 months. And at the same time, we are seeing the effects of which they said, don't worry, none of this will take place until after the midterms. Like somehow the American people aren't going to notice. But here's the thing they missed. When you have cuts to Medicaid like they did, those impacts are already being felt. We are already seeing hospitals that are looking ahead saying we are having a hard time making it going into this. Now that you are going to be taking away Medicaid funding for hospitals that desperately need to make a bottom line to be able to serve their communities, we're going to close. We've seen that happen in Minnesota. We've seen it happen in Virginia. We've seen it happen across the country. And it's rural hospitals first. So you would think these are the people who are represented by many of my Republican colleagues. And the fact that they refuse to come to the table, they refuse to honor the spending budgets that we'd already agreed on and just moved unilaterally to spend that money however the administration wanted to. And there was not a single outcry from my Republican colleagues that this is not the way a budget process is supposed to work. And then when they went ahead and enacted these dangerous and just unprecedented cuts to healthcare, they were unwilling to come to the table and say, let's think about this. Let's not shut down government and inflict more pain. Let's try and work out something here so that we can help offset some of these high costs for the American people. The American people weren't doing well affording healthcare before Donald Trump took office. And now they made it worse and harder and more expensive, and just have refused to come to the table and treated even the Oval Office visit that did happen with, the four leaders in Congress as some sort of joke, posting these juvenile AI videos. Like, the American people are drowning in the high costs of living. They are telling us 60% of families cannot afford the basics. And the president treats this as somehow taking away their health care, refusing to engage with us in a serious way about how we can work together, is, some sort of version of owning the Dems. Like, what a message to the American people. And that Speaker Johnson canceled the days of Congress, our session days, going into a shutdown, and saying we're not only not going to come to the table and talk to Democrats, we're not even going to show up for our jobs. I mean, the way they are treating this, it's so cavalier. And they have made a decision that whatever Donald Trump wants to do, and he tells us what he wants to do. He wants to enrich himself. He wants to enrich his political allies who already have great wealth and power. And he wants to do it at the expense of working families across this country who simply aren't making it, whether it's the high costs of healthcare, housing, rent, groceries, utility bills, you name it. That is what we should be focused on. That was Donald Trump's promise, that on day one, he would reduce costs for people. And instead, here we are on day one of a shutdown. And he is saying we are willing to make life even harder just to avoid a conversation about how we can help people afford health care.
Well, and Republicans have also been playing politics with this shutdown. The president claimed that he may fire people in the federal government, not just furlough them, and use it as an opportunity to advance his agenda to make the government smaller, when there have already been a number of cuts across the federal government. And they've also talked about how it is Democrats who just want to give health care to undocumented immigrants. So I just want to give you the opportunity to respond to that, because when I heard that, I was like, what? This isn't true. But they say it and people then end up believing it. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah, boy, it is really a sad state of affairs here. I mean, that is probably the biggest understatement. It is just, I am watching in horror and disbelief. Like, we can have an argument over tax policy. I get that their tax policy is you take money from working class, you give it to billionaires. We can have an argument over healthcare. We think it is a right, not a privilege. You want to make it a luxury item? Let's have that argument on behalf of the American people about how we get to a better solution. But the idea that when they are met with a healthcare argument that I don't think they have an answer for, because we saw Republican members of Congress write letter after letter saying my district cannot take these Medicaid cuts, and then turn right around and vote for them because that's what Donald Trump told them to do. And their fear of him is greater than their honoring and working for the people who sent them here. And so let's look at the arguments that they are making. When we're saying, listen, premium notices go out today, October 1st. They will start hitting. We're looking at huge increases, and those tax credits you are taking away. And the ACA open enrollment starts November 1st. So we shouldn't be waiting to the end of November to have this discussion. We need to have it now. And they come out with these bold-faced lies that we want to use federal dollars, that this argument is somehow about giving undocumented immigrants expanded health care. They know full well that is not an argument that we have made or a request we've made. And they know full well that federal law says to qualify for Medicaid, to qualify for the ACA, you have to be a citizen or a legal resident. That's the law. And they know it. And so they are seeing the same response in their districts that we're seeing. They are seeing people outraged that veterans are waiting for care. I heard the story of a veteran who had moved to a state because it is known for its good veteran benefits and healthcare system, because he had received a serious cancer diagnosis. He cannot get that appointment with the primary care physician that he needs simply to get a referral to an oncologist. So he is literally dying, waiting for that initial appointment with a primary care physician. And he's just caught in a wait list and a shortage of doctors in the VA system to help him. So when they're faced with those stories, there's no justification for these cuts. And so they are resorting to just simply making up an argument and a position and trying to further divide the American people. And it is so outrageous to defend your position. You think it's the right thing to do to cut people's health care? You think that giving tax breaks to people who already have huge wealth is good for the economy? Well, explain that to people. Don't run away from it. And the other one that they are putting out there, Sochi, that I just find just unbelievable is they're saying, oh, well, this is what we had to do. We knew these Medicaid cuts would impact rural hospitals first and hardest. So we put a fund together, $50 billion fund, to try and offset these cuts. And that's a 5-year fund. But the cuts to Medicaid are permanent. And the funding that they had at $50 billion does not offset the damage they are already doing to rural hospitals in their $1 trillion Medicaid cut. And so then they're trying to flip that around and say, oh, the Democrats want to take away this funding from rural hospitals. It's like, no, you put a tiny bandage on a gaping wound. And we're saying we have to repair the wound. We have to get funding to make sure that rural hospitals are not closing any more than already have. Because when you lose those hospitals, they do not come back. And they often are the largest employer in a region as well. And so to put forward these completely false or very specious arguments just shows they are not even willing to stand by the actions that they have taken.
Well, and thank you for that. And I think that my heart breaks for all of the federal workers, and I know that we have to wrap here. And so it is, I can't imagine being a federal worker and being in a single income household and not knowing the next time that you're going to get paid. And a lot of times for federal workers, hopefully, fingers crossed, at the end of the shutdown, they get back, they're able to get paid for the time that they continue to work. But there is no certainty. And so can we just, as we wrap here, can you just please, what is your message to federal workers in this time right now?
You know, we see you and we understand how difficult that this Republican shutdown is going to be for you. And we all are going to have to, weather this storm of a president who has made federal workers central to his plans to just cut government without a plan, not about increasing efficiencies, but about somehow inflicting trauma, is the quote that we heard, on federal workers. And I know this is going to be a very difficult time period for all of those workers and for the people of this country who rely on their public service to get their Social Security checks out, to fight fires, a host of things that the American people rely on government on. And all we can hope is that the Republicans come to their senses and say, let's do something to help make life better and more affordable for the American people. And let's work on a system that prioritizes working people in this country and quit relying on policies that only benefit those who already have great wealth.
Thank you so much, Whip Katherine Clark from Massachusetts. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. I know you are in the Capitol without any Republicans there. And so please keep up the good work and please continue to fight for all of the federal workers and Americans across the country. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. So good to talk to you. Thank you
so much.
All right.
Hi, Congressman Bell, how are you?
I'm well. I hope you can hear me this time.
I can hear you. Thank you so much for being with us today.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. It has been a really tough time in America over the last few months. We continue to see this assault on federal workers. We continue to see, the economy and costs going up. We continue to just see the pain that the American people have really been enduring over the last, it hasn't even been a year, over the last 9 months, to really be honest with you. And now we have this government shutdown and people are just, they don't know what to make of it. They see Washington is broken. They're waking up to this news. They're waking up to the news of their healthcare premiums might go up. So I just want to hear from you about what this all means for the American people.
I think what you see, and as you may know, I'm an attorney by trade, and so I've been involved in mediations and negotiations. And one thing that is absolutely, one thing that you can't get around in negotiations is that you got to be able to sit down and come in good faith and actually talk about issues. And we're not seeing any of that. And Democrats, to answer your question directly, we are here negotiating on behalf of the American people. When we're talking about healthcare costs soaring, or millions of people, 260,000 people in my district alone potentially either losing their health care or their health care soaring. Um, I don't see how I don't see how a Republican can make the argument against that. Um, and the cost of living in our country is too high. And Democrats, we're here to hold the line to push back against that. And we're here in good faith. And
Yeah.
so it is befuddling to me that Republicans would say that I don't even know if they're even saying they want to work something out, but telling us, oh, well, just trust us. Just trust us. Just, you know, do what we want you to do, trust us, and then we'll work with you. And come on, that we know that's a fool's errand.
Yeah. So on the healthcare front, that is a lot of people in your district that would be impacted, whose premiums would go up. I was in the New York Times. I found a very eye-popping stat, which was that a 55-year-old couple making $85,000 together annually could see their health insurance costs more than triple to $24,535 a year. I just want to say, I would not, my family would not be able to afford that. Nonetheless, their families, $85,000 a year. I mean, I would say that is a pretty good, salary for a middle-class couple. And there are other families that are not making $85,000 a year, right? And so why is it that you think that Republicans won't come to the table to lower costs for Americans, in particular when it comes to healthcare? Because that seems to me like an obvious thing. Like, why wouldn't you just say, sure, Democrats, let's work together? Why do you think they won't do that?
And let me add one more thought to your point. If Republicans in the big ugly bill would have just cut taxes for folks making under $400,000, which is a lot of money, by the way. Like, you're not missing any meals if you're making $400,000.
Yeah.
If they would have just limited the cuts to those folks, they wouldn't have to cut any Medicaid or SNAP. So we know what the agenda is here, and that's to finance a tax cut for billionaires, millionaires and billionaires who didn't need it, who haven't asked for it. We know what it is, and we've been saying this. We've been screaming this from the rooftops for months. I've been here for 8 months, and in the entire 8 months I've been here, we've been talking about that this was happening and what Republicans were doing. So there's no, this is not the big reveal in the movie. Like, we already knew this was coming. Like, the plot was told to you before the movie started.
Yeah, no, that's right. And it's funny that their excuse has been like, well, the premiums won't go up until they don't. I mean, this doesn't expire until the end of the year. Premiums won't go up later, right? But talk to me a little bit about that.
I'll just say I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. The math is the math.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at the budget and you have these big numbers that represent important, something that's very important to the American people, their health care. If you're going to make those kind of cuts, you're going to have to cut Medicaid. You're going to have to cut nutrition assistance for children. And people don't understand it. And to your point earlier, I think you made a tremendous point. A lot of folks believe, they got jobs, they got kids, they don't have time to follow this as closely.
Yeah.
And so they're just saying, well, an argument between Democrats and Republicans out in Washington, it doesn't concern me. But it does. this is who doesn't know someone who is on Medicaid? Who doesn't know someone who is getting SNAP benefits or Social Security benefits?
Yes.
This is impacting all of us, and that's why it's so important for us as Democrats to make that stand. Like, no, we're not. We're gonna push back. House Republicans. I mean, as you know, we were here before, and I'm glad to see that everyone is on board on the Democratic side, because this isn't some secret agenda. We're fighting for the American people.
Yeah, that's right. What I also found interesting is that obviously Trump wouldn't come to the table until Monday to even talk about this when he is the leader of his party. He calls the shots. We know that whatever Trump wants, he gets.
Exactly.
And what I also found interesting is that our economy is very fragile right now. Costs are going up. And it is interesting to me, at the beginning of Trump's administration and over the last few months, he doesn't like the jobs report. He doesn't like the way that things are happening. He is getting blamed for it. But yet he always seems to blame Democrats. He always blames the previous president. He always blames Democrats in the House. The White House website right now says that this is the government shutdown. He doesn't seem to take responsibility that he's the person in power. He's the person who makes the decisions. So can you talk
Breaking
to me
news,
about that?
right?
I'm confused. Last I checked, Democrats are not in power. But can you respond to that?
Breaking news, right? The president doesn't take accountability. I sat on that House floor for hours and hours because the Republicans didn't have the votes to gut health care, and the president was cracking the whip on Republicans who rightfully were taking a stand, but then folded when the president pressured them. And last I checked, in the House, we don't work for the executive branch. We don't work for the president. We are a check on the executive branch. We are a check on the president. We are a co-equal branch, and we are not here to do the president's bidding. And I'll take that a step further. I answer to my constituents at home in the St. Louis region and to the American people at large. And I wish that my Republican colleagues would remember that, something that they learned probably in like social studies class, like in 5th grade. We work for the people, and we are here to do what the people of our country and our respective districts need. And overwhelmingly, people have said they healthcare is a right. Folks should have access to quality and affordable healthcare. The cost of living is getting insane. I have a son in college. When he gets out of college, like, how is he going to even think about being able to buy a home?
Yeah.
Or buy a house, which is, the costs are just astronomical at food, eggs, you name it. The cost of living is crazy. And last I checked, when we talk about accountability, the president said he was going to fix all that on day one.
I know.
And he didn't say, oh, well, I was exaggerating. No, he said, I'm going to fix this on day one. So I'm going to hold you to it on day 200, whatever it is we are at this point. And so, yeah, Republicans have to own this. They have the majorities in the House, Senate, and the presidency, but they have slim margins. So I think that's a clear mandate to the American people, or by the American people, to say, we want you guys working together, because that's what you're supposed to do.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you so much, Congressman. I believe we are going to transition over here to the Congressman from California. There you go, Congressman. How are you? I believe you are taking over the mantle here in the conversation. So thank you both for all of your work. You are doing amazing work. I know Republicans failed to show up to work today. But thank you for working on behalf of the American people.
You know what? I was thinking I shouldn't get off, but when I saw this guy get on, I'm like, okay, you're in good hands now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wesley, how are you, my friend? It's good to see you this morning.
You both. Bye.
Good to see you too. All right.
Well, I don't know about you, but it was not the greatest night of sleep for me. I was up late thinking about what all this means and reading some of the new data. I don't know if you saw the Kaiser Family Foundation study, Wesley, from yesterday, but this is a huge red flag for me. And it just a reminder of what we're fighting for, where Kaiser now says that the premiums on average for people on the Affordable Care Act will go up 114%. So now people are paying $888 a year. That's going to go up to $1,900 a year on average. And they also talk about a married couple making $85,000 whose premiums will go up $22,000. So these are real world stories. These are real people who are going to get hurt. And it's just shocking to me that, Republicans want to deflect. They want to talk about anything other than the facts on the ground, which are that millions of Americans are about to lose their health insurance because of what they've done. So I don't know how you feel about it, my friend, but I'm fired up, man. Things are messed up. Wesley, you still there? Uh-oh. Well, I'll keep going. Well, Wesley gets back on. Here's what I will tell you. So I'm very honored to represent California's 49th district, Southern California, San Diego, and Orange County. This is my 7th year in Congress. I was there during the 2019 shutdown. And I honestly am so disappointed that we're in this situation we're in. I'm a member of the Appropriations Committee, and what I will tell you is that Republicans really have not been interested in any good faith negotiation now for months. This isn't something that just happened overnight. It's really a symptom of a greater problem, which is ever since Donald Trump's second inauguration, Republicans have been unwilling to really exercise any independent thought or to stand up to the man in any meaningful way. And this is not like all of this happened overnight with regard to the Affordable Care Act. We knew this was coming months ago. Months ago, we had sounded the alarm that if Republicans failed to work with us in good faith to try to fix this problem, that healthcare costs would increase for millions and millions of Americans. And as I said, 114% increase according to the Kaiser Foundation. The estimates are just in California, and I see Wesley's back. Can you hear me, Wesley?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
That's great. Yes, I can. That is great news, my friend. So I don't know what the numbers are in Missouri, but I saw that just in California, the estimates are that 660,000 Californians are going to lose health insurance. They're going to be priced out of the ACA by virtue of what the Republicans have done. And so it is, in my view, totally reasonable for us to be demanding good faith bipartisan negotiation around the ACA right now at a time when, in 2021, I was very proud that what we did, led by then Speaker Pelosi and Senator Schumer and with President Biden's help, we were able to get these ACA tax credits into the law. And what that did is it expanded the number of people who get health care through the ACA from roughly 11 million at that time now to 24 million people. 24 million Americans get their health care through the ACA. And that is at grave risk if Republicans get their way and these tax credits are taken away. As I said, those costs go up dramatically. What it also means, though, is that healthcare gets more expensive for everybody. For everybody. If you're on the ACA, if you're not on the ACA, if you're on private insurance, if you're on employer-sponsored insurance, your healthcare will be impacted by this because the costs will go up. And look, costs were already set to go up 18%. That was the estimate, that costs were already set to go up 18%. This is now a double whammy. On top of that increase of 18%, now you're not going to have that tax credit. And for many, many, many Americans, that means they won't have care at all. Is that similar to what you're hearing in Missouri?
In my district, which is the St. Louis region, we're talking about 260,000 people who will see their healthcare costs soar. And we're talking, as you pointed out, estimated their costs will soar over 100% as far as increases, and that's just unsustainable for working class families where the margins are already razor thin in many respects. And so this is not a controversial issue. This is an issue that Democrats and Republicans agree on. There's just a small group of and Republicans in the House and Senate who seem to follow the drumbeat of Donald Trump. And so, as I said before, our line in the sand is protecting working class families and healthcare. I don't think that, and I'm guessing you believe you stand with me on this one. I don't believe that folks should be going bankrupt over a medical issue or a medical, you know, tragedy or what have you. And that's what we're seeing. And as I mentioned before, I have a son that's in college, and when he gets out, you know, I don't know how he's going to be able to afford to buy a house, or just the cost of food and things of that nature. And so, we're here. We are at the negotiating table. I'm an attorney, so I've been in negotiations and mediations before, and it requires two to tango.
Yep.
We need two sides that are willing to sit down in good faith and work it out. We are here in good faith, and we hope we're hoping on behalf of the American people that Republicans will reciprocate.
Well, since you and I are both attorneys, I want to talk about a couple of the laws that are being broken by this budget director in just a second. Before that, I think it's important for everybody watching at home to understand that House Republicans aren't even here this week. Mike Johnson sent everybody home, and he didn't bring them back, even though the government shut down last night at midnight. How deeply irresponsible is that? To not even have his members physically present. Their responsibility, each of them, is to represent hundreds of thousands of people across this country who stand to lose their health insurance because of what they are failing to do. They are failing to negotiate with us in any meaningful way. Not a single solitary good faith discussion has been had. When our leader, Hakeem Jeffries, and Leader Schumer went into the Oval Office a couple of days ago, Monday afternoon, the readout that we all got, and hopefully I won't get in trouble for sharing this, but the readout that we all got was that the president basically didn't contribute a whole lot to the discussion. The president sat there and they brought out a couple of red Trump 2028 hats, which our leader kind of looked at, and then he turned over to J.D. Vance. He said, "Doesn't this bother you that Trump has a Trump 2028 hat? You're supposed to be the candidate in 2028. Doesn't this bother you?" Vance said no comment. Of course he said no comment. But after that meeting, Hakeem came and briefed us at 6 p.m. on Monday night. And he said, look, the president didn't really contribute much to the conversation. Mike Johnson went through his usual gauntlet of lies and misinformation. But at the end of the day, Leader Jeffries thought that Trump may have actually listened to them when it came to the ACA and the need to extend these tax credits. That's why it was so shocking, disgusting that, an hour or two after that is when on social media, Trump put out, which even for the low standards that he has set for decorum, a truly disgusting, despicable, childish, mean-spirited social media post with Schumer and with Leader Jeffries. I would say it was like fourth grader stuff, but that would be, I think, too harsh on fourth graders.
Yeah, fourth grader, absolutely. Yeah,
that's
I know
right.
some fourth graders, they wouldn't do that. They know better.
Exactly. I got an eighth grader and a sixth grader at home. My kids would not do that. And then, of course, Hakeem the next morning, with all of us standing behind him, he said, next time you're going to say something, say it to my face. So what did Trump do? Double down, triple down on the stupidity. And I think all of that is indicative of the fact that Trump has no desire to actually lead us into any kind of productive conversation. It's all about, Go ahead, Wes.
And I was going to say, I think that's a good place to interject. This is Republicans and Trump know that this is a losing argument for them. They have no, they have no, their position is indefensible, and they know it. We heard the first talking point that they were trying to float out there. Oh, Democrats want to protect the healthcare of illegals. That doesn't even. First of all, it's nonsense. Secondly, folks who are illegal don't have any rights to health care, and it's just it's just more of the quackiness that we see coming out of this administration, which includes memes, which I personally believe is beneath the the presidency, or even in the House and Senate. I mean, it's beneath, it should be beneath us. We're here to represent, we're here to set an example, we're here to lead. And I think that it's incumbent on our leadership to act accordingly. And what we see over and over are the childish name calling. And I'll tell you like this: I'm the youngest of four boys. I've been called every name in the book. Doesn't bother me at all. I give it, I take it, like that's fun. But that's what I do in private with my like family and friends and loved ones. I'm not doing that when I'm clocking in to work. And this is a very important job. We're literally the board of directors for the greatest country, the greatest democracy the world has ever seen. And that comes with a certain responsibility. And one of those responsibilities to bring this full circle is to do what's in the interest of the people that we serve, the American people. And Democrats are here. We were on the House floor, packed. The other side, empty. Not one person on the Republican side was in the House. They're all scattered around the country on vacation while Americans are suffering and dealing with the uncertainty of a shutdown. And Democrats have said from the beginning, months ago, as you know, I've been here 8 months, the entire 8 months, we've been saying, we'll work with you. We're here to talk. There's some things that are important to us and the American people, which one of them is obviously healthcare and protecting our most vulnerable, which we think everyone should be on board with. And they refuse, as you said earlier, to talk with us, to meet with us, to meet with our leadership. Okay, you don't want to meet with all of us? Meet with our leadership. That's what every president, Democrat or Republican, has done up until this president, who just doesn't take this job seriously, is the name calling, the lack of understanding of nuance to policy and how things impact Americans. But I worked 3 jobs in college, so I understand how it is to have to make ends meet and get a paycheck, and every single dollar is accounted for, and I got to make it work. I don't think I know, not think, I know the president has never had to deal with that. And so he's coming from a different perspective from someone who will had to budget $5 a day on dinner, like literally, like when I was in college, and a lot of folks can relate to that. And that's why this is so personal to me, and it's so personal, and it's so personal to us as Democrats, is because we are aligned with the struggles of regular working class families.
I'm with you, man. I grew up in a very middle class family. I think that this president, grew up on third base, thought he hit a triple, and
Exactly.
all he's done his whole life. Look, he's a great self promoter, okay, but all he's done his whole life is push other people down to
Yep.
wind up making himself more important.
Yep. My
And
dad didn't have $1 million to get me started. He had good advice. That
yep,
that was what he handed down to me, and I appreciate him for that. But as you said, you know, sometimes when you some folks, they think that they're in their own bubble, and they think everybody has the silver spoon that they have, and but we, as we know, coming from middle class and lower middle class families. That's just not the case across the country, and we need to stand and fight for the working class folks who are the lifeline and lifeblood of this country and this economy.
Well, one thing that you mentioned was the whereabouts of our Republican colleagues. So what I have heard, and again, I will leave it to people watching this to fact check and to verify, but I heard that at least one was at the Capitol Grill. One of those Republicans was at the Capitol Grill a couple nights ago doing a fundraiser, having nice steak dinner while the government's shutting down. I heard that over the past number of days, they had the congressional golf tournament. Now, I'm not picking on anybody for playing golf, but maybe they shouldn't have been doing that right before a shutdown. Maybe they should have been negotiating, or at least
Or
try.
get right back to DC. Or,
exactly.
if you guys
exactly.
scheduled, okay, get it back to DC.
So,
we had
it was like surreal. It was bizarre to be there yesterday and to see the Republican side of the chamber completely empty. They've just abdicated their responsibility to do anything other than what Donald Trump wants. And we're in a very unusual situation that I've not seen in my 7 years, which is, I think it's a combination of two things. Number one, Donald Trump is a bully, an authoritarian, and uses fear and intimidation, and uses it very effectively, and threatens that he's going to primary each of these Republican rank and file members if they do anything to get sideways with him or with the MAGA agenda. That's number one. Number two is Mike Johnson, I believe, to be the weakest speaker in the history of the House of Representatives. And I don't say that lightly. And I wasn't around in the 1800s or the 1900s. I understand there have been a few weak speakers before, but when you just look at how Mike Johnson became speaker, he came after Kevin McCarthy was thrown out. Why was Kevin McCarthy thrown out? For doing a deal with us to try to keep the government open, a deal that actually reduced the deficit.
Doing his job.
He was doing his job. He was
Yep.
doing his job. But some crazies on their side decided that's it, and they threw him out. It's to this day that shocked me. Now, Mike Johnson was not the first choice. He was not the second choice. He was not the third choice. That was Scalise, Jordan, and Emmer. None of them were able to get the votes because they all had too many folks who didn't want him in as speaker.
Mhm.
Johnson was the fourth choice. His big saving grace, number one, was Donald Trump didn't block him, because if you remember, Trump said, don't go with Emmer. That's what got Tom Emmer. And number two, Mike Johnson had not made as many enemies, I think, as those others. So,
Right.
so now Johnson's been in survival mode ever since. And what that looks like right now is a refusal to negotiate with us on something as broadly popular and deeply important as extending ACA tax credits to prevent millions of Americans from losing their health care. Why is that so controversial? As you said, even Republicans want to work with us on this. I know that Representative Kiggins and others have introduced legislation that would extend the ACA tax credits. But you have a handful of the far right extremists who don't want to extend these credits and frankly have a more extreme agenda than that. And Mike Johnson unwilling to stand up to them in any way because he fears a similar fate to that of Kevin McCarthy a number of years ago. So that's why I think we're stuck. Now, I wanted to ask your opinion. I certainly have my opinions as a member of the Appropriations Committee on what Russ Vote, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, is doing. And for folks at home that don't know Russ Vote, he's not a household name, but he should be. This is one of the key architects of the Project 2025 agenda that is designed to give Donald Trump unprecedented power over the federal government. That's what this is all about. And Russ Vote wants to make life as difficult as possible for all federal workers. And what Vote is going to try to do, he's threatened and he's going to try to do it, is to use this shutdown as a means to inflict maximum pain on the federal workforce, to fire as many federal workers as he can. Now, I believe it to be completely illegal and unconstitutional. And I've been saying this for months, that the law is very clear on this. The Anti-Deficiency Act is the law that takes, when a shutdown occurs, that is used, and it says that a furlough is allowed, but there are certain procedures that must be followed before anybody can be fired. A federal worker can be fired. You have to go through a 60-day review period. You have to give preference to veterans. There are all kinds of things that have to happen, none of which can happen in a shutdown. So it is inherently illegal what Russ Vote wants to do. I'm very pleased to see federal workers filed a lawsuit just a couple days ago to try to get an injunction against this. They filed in California, and I think they will get an injunction against what Vote wants to do. Of course, it's going to be appealed. It could eventually make its way to the Supreme Court. But what I have seen is my Republican colleagues on the Appropriations Committee completely give up their power. As a co-equal branch of government, we've got the power of the purse. We authorize the programs. We appropriate the funds. Not Donald Trump. Sure as hell not Russ Vote and the budget office. So what they are doing is absolutely wrong, and we've got to fight it. We've got to stand up against it, and we can't be intimidated by his bullying, just like we can't be intimidated by Trump's social media. Wesley, what do you think?
I think that what is disturbing to me is that we come to these jobs knowing that they're temporary jobs. We serve at the will of our constituents, at the will of the American people. And there have to be issues that you draw a line in the sand that you're willing to lose on, to be quite frank. And when it comes to protecting health care for just regular, average working citizens, working families, that's a hill I'll die on. And if that, I can defend that position. I can explain that position. For me, I don't do anything I can't defend or explain. I don't, it's always funny to me when I see, which we've seen a lot from Republicans. You see people twisting themselves into a pretzel to defend these indefensible positions, as opposed to just doing the right thing and living with the consequences. And what I found is that when you take your message, when you take that winning argument to voters, sometimes it takes some work. Sometimes you got to knock on some doors. Sometimes you got to go out to different, grocery stores and different town halls and events and take your message out there. But when people hear it, they respect it when they know that you're working for them. But Republicans it's been a dereliction of duty. They are too afraid of losing their positions. They're too afraid to stand up to Donald Trump when they know he is wrong. And many of us, and I'm sure you have too, have had conversations with Republicans where they acknowledge that this is wrong, but they will not do it. They will not say it publicly, and they will not voice it through their vote. And it's disappointing because we are here to serve our country, and it's an honor to be here. But we see our colleagues on the other side just abandoning their posts. And I'm on armed services, and I'm on oversight. And in oversight, let's just say this: there's never a lack of willingness to give your opinion in oversight. I think you know that. I'll say that
I
diplomatically.
watch you guys on TV, man.
And listen, my first meeting was when Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace threatened Jasmine Crockett to step outside. That was my first meeting. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? And so but when it comes to issues that Donald Trump has set down from his mountaintop to his Republican followers, they're quiet as church mice. There's no debate. They don't want to argue. When Doge was going on a rampage and Elon Musk had this undefined position, and we're saying, hey, shouldn't we at least talk to him? We're oversight. Shouldn't we bring him in? Republicans said no. They said nothing and then killed our vote. We see this over and over and over, a lack of willingness to fight for what's right, fight for the American people. And the conversation and the statements you brought up from the director of the OMB are very troubling, out of his own mouth. This isn't just us making up political talking points. He has said he wants this to hurt us. He wants to take away our funding. These are words that came out of his mouth directly. And so it's concerning, it's troubling. And we had no choice but to stay and fight for the American people.
You know, these rank and file Republicans, at least a couple of them have told me privately that part of the reason they can't stand up, and I flat out disagree with this, by the way. I think it just shows a lack of courage. But they say, look, if we get sideways with Trump, it's not like Mike Johnson's going to have our back. If Trump tries to primary us or somebody more MAGA comes along, it's not like Johnson's going to fight to protect us.
Isn't that their problem? Isn't that a problem for them? They need to, if they don't have a leader that'll stand up for them, get one.
Well, look, I would say, show some courage.
There you go.
Stand up
That
for
too,
something.
that part.
Right. There are other things that we can do in our lives. It's like, what's the worst that can happen? So somebody more MAGA comes along, you get primaried and you're out of a job. Well, at least you stood for something. Why'd you run for office in the first place?
Exactly.
Was it to get the steak dinner at the Capitol Grill? Was it to see, to get a new button every 2 years? Like, what the hell are you doing here? Are you here to fight for people? Are you here to stand up for working families? Are you here to protect healthcare? Are you try to improve the quality of life in your districts for your constituents? Are you here for the glamour and to have your name on a placard on a door? Like, wake up.
Exactly.
I mean, the whole thing is just pathetic, man. It's just pathetic.
Exactly. And I know that, and hey, nothing wrong with a nice steak. That's good. But get back to work.
Get back to work. Exactly.
Go get a good meal. That's great. Like, this is a tough job. We work long hours, but come back to work. Be here in Washington, D.C. when a shutdown is pending and now effective, so we can work on behalf of the American people. I think people would feel a little bit more comforted if they knew we were here together. You close room, whatever, open room, whatever, house floor or back room, whatever. At least we're here working, and they're not. And
well, Wesley, they're telling me that they're going to have a new guest here in a minute. But I just want to say, my friend, that it's an honor to serve with you. You are a tremendous representative for the people of St. Louis. They are fortunate to have you as their representative. And I'm honored to be in this fight with you and Leader Jeffries, and all of us here are trying to work very hard for the American people to protect healthcare and try to undo some of the damage that Republicans are trying to do. And it's my honor to continue in this fight with you, my friend.
I would echo everything that you said. I think Leader Jeffries has handled himself with dignity, class. He's shown leadership. It's been an honor working with you and our entire caucus. And what I'm really proud of is when we were in that caucus meeting, and just in general, how united and mission oriented Democrats are to fight for the American people. And so great talking to you.
Amen.
And hey, I'll be seeing you soon.
All right. Sounds good. Take care.
All right. Okay.
Hi, back
Hi.
in my old stomping grounds.
I know.
We're here.
Yeah.
So I'm here with Nikki Budzinski. If I slip into just Nikki, for
You
everyone,
should.
it's because when I was OMB director, Nikki was my first chief of staff.
Yeah.
So this is a reunion of sorts.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
it's because the government shut down.
Right.
And you and I didn't have an experience with that because we didn't shut down
Right.
in the years we worked together.
Mhm.
And over the 4 years, I led OMB.
Yeah.
But it's great to see you representing your constituents from Illinois
too.
13. I remember you left me. You left being chief of staff at OMB to say you were doing this.
Yeah.
And I wished you well, but I missed you very, very much
Yeah.
and worried for you. But you
Yeah.
are doing it, and your constituents are lucky to have you.
Well, thanks. It's so good to be with you this morning. Obviously, it's a heavy day this morning, but I couldn't think of anyone better to have this conversation with than Shalanda, my former boss, but also the former OMB Office of Management and Budget, we should say, for folks. I feel like in DC, we use acronyms all the time, and people don't know out in the real world really what that is. But the Office of Management and Budget, I often say, the nerve center really of the federal government. But I had the privilege of working for you. But as you said, you're no stranger to the Hill. You served as the staff director for the House Appropriations Committee for 4 years, but worked on the Hill for the House Democratic Caucus for almost 15. So we really have the privilege of hearing from a real expert that, like you mentioned, we didn't go through a shutdown, obviously, during the Biden administration, luckily. But it's been about 7 years since the last shutdown. This is my first shutdown.
Well, there's some similarities here.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
The presidency,
yeah,
Democrats being in the minority.
Mm-hmm.
This feels eerily the same in that way.
Yeah.
The political combination of who's in charge. What feels different is, I walked around a little, it's quiet. Usually in these moments, you feel the buzz of people trying to find a way past this. I remember last time we were here until midnight, and I was staff director of the Appropriations Committee and the minority.
Yeah.
I came back and told Minority Leader Pelosi, we tried very hard, but it looks like we cannot come to a deal. That's the part that seems to be missing. Where's the urgency? Where are the meetings? Where's the real negotiation?
Because we don't want to shut down. I mean, Democrats do not want to shut down.
Democrats love governing.
Yes,
they think the government is a good thing for Americans.
Yes. And I have to say, I think about back home this morning. I have, even in what is a rural part of the Midwest, I represent almost 12,000 federal employees. I think a lot of people think that all federal employees are located here in DC, but they're not. They're in all of our congressional districts. And so for those 12,000 constituents that I represent, I want to also mention 1,800 of them are military service men and women. And because of this shutdown, they're going to be asked to go to work and not get paid. And that's just not fair. So I just think at the outset, it's important that, we state that, we don't want this. We don't want to be here. We want a functional government, to your point. Democrats believe in good government. But I think, as I was weighing my vote and voting against this short-term resolution, what also was very top of mind for me was healthcare. I mean, in particular, in my district, I have rural hospitals. I think rural hospitals are going to be very hard hit by what the Republicans have been doing, cutting $900 million out of Medicaid. A lot of my community health centers are between 30 to 40% reliant on Medicaid to keep their doors open. But it's not even just, about Medicaid. It's also about folks that have been taking advantage of an ACA premium tax credit that's allowed for them to be able to afford the premiums. I mean, premiums are going up. And the biggest concern that I have is in next month, a lot of my constituents, we estimate about 16,000 of my constituents are going to get a notice that their premiums are increasing. So all I think we're
you're telling me that it can't wait to the end of the year.
Yes.
You keep hearing, let's wait.
Right.
And the premium notices are going out now.
They're going out now. And even before these notices have hit, I will say I hear from constituents, a couple that I know that's paying up to $2,200 a month for premiums. And then I spend a lot of time, obviously, in my district listening to constituents, and I'll hear from constituents that are on dialysis, that are in tears. A woman in tears in Venice, Illinois, talking about, is she going to get kicked off of Medicaid, meaning is she going to lose her health insurance? We just need to do better. We need to do better. And I think all we're asking for, quite simply, is Republicans and Democrats, let's come to the table and fix what I think is a manufactured healthcare crisis by Republicans.
A lot done in the big, beautiful bill, but this is the one thing not done, which is prevent these premium hikes from happening.
Yeah. Could we talk a little bit about OMB Director Russ Vought? You know, some of the things he's talked about. I mean, as you were a former OMB director, I had the privilege of working with the great staff, the career staff at the Office of Management and Budget, and to hear him really come out at the 11th hour and threaten basically firings, mass firings. It begs the question, like, who does that hurt? It obviously hurts the federal workforce, but it also hurts our constituents that are relying on a healthy federal workforce to deliver for services. So what runs through your mind?
You know, Nikki, because I do believe in our democracy, because I do believe in government. It has been difficult because I believe new administrations deserve their moment to put their stamp on the government. I believe in a transfer of power peacefully. And so in traditional times, you give your successor time, you know, you may disagree with all of it, but you kind of keep quiet and keep your comments to yourself. This feels different. This feels like a different time. Usually when you get to these moments of brinksmanship, partisanship has always been around, but the party's ability to sit down and have a conversation, that was a touchstone, even when all odds were against them. You know, the American people, my mother would watch TV. She's like, oh, you guys can't come to a deal. And I'm like, don't count us out yet. Because I always believed in this governing majority of people who want to do the right thing. And I think they're still there. But I think there is a White House and an OMB, frankly, who have decided it's best to try to bully Congress into doing what they want. So it's not just a shutdown. This is bigger than this. You know, it's about people's health care. It's about the weaponization of Department of Justice. It is about stealing and impounding funds that Congress said you were supposed to spend in one way or another. The Supreme Court isn't going to save us. As a matter of fact, they have ruled, I think, 19 times in a row that the administration can do what it's doing. And frankly, Congress is an equal branch. I think
some people seem to have forgotten that.
I'm probably a weird Office of Management and Budget director, where I am enraged because Congress is losing its constitutional authority given to it by its founders. They knew there was a chance we'd have presidents who wanted too much, who would act like kings. You know, they came out of one kingship. They set up a system so it wouldn't happen again. And I always tell people, my message isn't to Democrats. It isn't to the White House. It isn't to my former agency. Congressional Republicans, this is a fundamental democracy moment. So this is no small thing we're talking about here. Is Congress going to take its power back? Is Congress going to say enough is enough? The Constitution gave us the authority to spend, not OMB, not the Office of Management and Budget, not the White House, and the threat to federal workers is just unprecedented. You know, that's the only word that comes to mind. Typically, people are working to try to reopen the government. That's not happening this time. But usually, employees are furloughed, meaning they go home, wait for Congress to do its job. Now we see a threat come out of the Office of Management and Budget to actually fire people. And frankly, it's a threat or an intention to do what they were going to do anyway and have been doing since they came into office.
And those threats are very real to people in their everyday life. It's their job. It's their livelihood. I mean, it's cruel to say the least. But I just want to pick up on something you were just talking about, is the power of the purse. You know, we talk a lot about that in Congress, that, you know, appropriations come from Congress, often negotiated, should be negotiated on a bipartisan posture. And what this administration has done, and I think the breakdown of trust between Congress and the executive branch right now, I think is looming in the background of this shutdown as well. How do we trust the other side when we do reach a budget agreement that they're not going to do what this administration has been doing over these last 9 months, which is impounding funds? I mean,
I don't want to be flippant, but I've had this adage for years: you can't legislate behavior.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean Congress shouldn't try. Congress shouldn't tighten things as much as possible. But when people are hell-bent on breaking the law, breaking every norm that keeps this country functioning, it's hard to stop.
It is.
But that does not mean if both parties came together and decided enough is enough to take their power back, there isn't something that could be done. But one party cannot do it alone. I'm a big believer in that. You know, we talk about democracy. The more we've seen this backslide, the more I'm convinced that this isn't a Democratic problem to fix. This is a bipartisan problem to fix. If you believe in the Constitution, take back your authority in Congress.
Yeah. And I mean, I talk a lot about bipartisanship as a member. I'm a member of the New Democrat Coalition. I mean, we're center left members in the House that believe in bipartisanship. So this is not like just a talking point to me. I think we can end this government shutdown if some reasonable Republicans and reasonable Democrats, we come together. You know, I think, though, for us, again, bring it back to healthcare. We need to see that this administration and House Republicans, Senate Republicans understand what they have done to our healthcare system and provide some relief, acknowledging the pain that I know my district is feeling. But as, just going back again, I think, because this is really important, what we call impoundment. You know, you don't believe this is not legal, I think, what the administration is doing, impounding some of these funds.
You know, we thought this question had been put to bed. I think Justice Scalia called Nixon the impounder in chief.
Yeah.
He didn't obviously get to see President Trump in action and his impoundment. So I think he would amend who the chief impounder
it's taking
is.
it to a whole new level.
Yeah, it's a weird word, but it's basically, you know, Congress says go spend something on this. And the administration has decided in some weird legal theory that they have made up that Congress gets to set a ceiling and they get to do all the way down to zero. Why would Congress do that? Why would Congress say, I'd like you to spend $2 million on low-income heating assistance in Wisconsin, and you go, well, I could go all the way down to zero. Congress, you know, really set a cap for me. In what world is that Congress's intent? You know, that $2 million has probably been funded for many years. Had Shalanda been OMB director, just ask yourself, had I decided to fund that project at $0 or $1, do you think I would have gotten bipartisan outrage?
Yeah, you would have gotten
and
a few phone calls.
And drive by my house.
Yeah.
You know, if you right is right and wrong is wrong.
Yeah.
And picking up the phone because you're a Republican and you can call the White House and maybe save one or two of your things is not representation in this country. That's not right. So if your constituents are being hurt and you have to call and beg and get it fixed on the margins, why don't you work with Democrats and do it for all Americans and call out this made up theory that I know Republicans just have to be upset about, but when's enough?
Yeah, I mean, and I've said, like, there's nothing wrong with looking at our spending, obviously, from the federal government or looking at government efficiencies, but we need to be doing it on a bipartisan basis. I also think when an agreement has been made, which was made in the last administration, there were commitments that were made to communities for investment, ribbon cuttings that had happened. And I can tell you in my district in Central and Southern Illinois, some real examples. I represent Kraft Heinz in Champaign, Illinois. We make all the mac and cheese in the country.
Thank you.
In Champaign, it's delicious. Makes me a favorite of my niece who likes to eat a lot of it. But anyways, Kraft Heinz had won a Department of Energy grant to decarbonize their plants, reducing emissions. The plant in Champaign, Illinois had won a $31 million grant out of that total investment, or that bigger grant that they received. They were going to be able to put a lot of people to work on energy efficiency work within the community, bringing that plant down to almost zero carbon emissions. They had planned for this. They had contracted for this. And then all of a sudden the administration decided, even though that commitment was made, they're going to rip that out from underneath them. I could tell you the story in the city of Edwardsville or the city of Urbana, where we won RAISE grants out of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Very big.
What was the name of that law again?
The bipartisan infrastructure law. Great piece of legislation, again, to your point, negotiated on a bipartisan basis to invest in our roads and bridges and to make critical investments in upgrades. I did a great community event in the city of Edwardsville. That city had applied for this grant 3 different times. The third time was the charm. We were able to help them get an award and at least a piece of paper that said they won about a $20 million grant in some really transformational infrastructure improvements. We are still waiting on that check. And that kind of game that the administration has been playing, that's a part of this impoundment that we're talking about.
It's the impoundment. It's the lack of transparency. Mm-hmm. For example, I heard this government has decided they're going to give millions of dollars in investment to coal. Mm-hmm. Where's that money coming from? Are we using money that was earmarked for renewables from Congress or from this bipartisan infrastructure law to prop up an industry that's been around for hundreds of years? Yeah. Where is this coming from? How are we paying for the Qatari jet to be remodeled to the tune of possibly billions of dollars, but no insight on how the Department of Defense is funding that and where that is in process? So it's impoundments, moving money around, lack of transparency to Congress, your inability to get to do oversight because you can't get answers out of the administration about where they're using money. So it's an impoundment and it's a moving around of money. I think about USAID. The Supreme Court let them take away and impound billions of dollars, but that's not the full story. They also kept billions, and we think they moved it to the Department of State to do what? Right. We don't know. Yeah. Congress provided that money for a specific reason. Yeah. And now
this is taxpayer money.
That's right.
This is taxpayer.
It's not theirs.
Yeah, exactly.
And now the public, Congress can't get straight answers about how that money that they saved is going to be used. What we do know, it is not going out to grantees who thought they could continue operating programs around the world.
Right. And that's my point. It just leaves communities in feeling stranded, quite frankly. They thought they were getting this investment, and then this administration has pulled the rug out from under them.
With an economy that is seeing troubling jobs numbers, long-time unemployed or college graduates, the makeup of who's in trouble is changing and it's troubling. Costs obviously are not coming down. As a matter of fact, they're going up depending on what you need to buy. A lot of that can be tied back into the tariff regime. So I go back to what this vote is about. Yeah. Government funding allows some of this stuff to happen. So if you're, to me, if you're okay with status quo, maybe this is a bill for you. If you have a problem with the direction of this country, if you don't feel better about your pocketbook and where you are, something's got to change. Yeah. And the first thing is Congress not whispering to each other's colleagues saying, oh gosh, these tariffs are really hurting home.
It's doing something.
It's doing something about it.
And that's what the Democrats are doing. We're doing something about it. We can no longer kind of sit idly by while Republicans got our healthcare system. And I think your point is a really good one, because it is about healthcare. This is about healthcare. But I also want to say this is just one of many kind of what I would refer to as a tax on working people and affordability and cost of living. I talked about $900 million of cuts to Medicaid, but I serve on the House Agriculture Committee. There was $187 billion of cuts to SNAP as well. And this is all typically happening and going to affect the same person. Some of our most vulnerable people in our community are going to be paying more. It is about the tariffs. They're going to the grocery store. Groceries are costing more money. Energy prices are going up. And, one of the things we've talked about, some of the things this administration has rolled back, I want to use the opportunity to talk about the clean energy tax credits. They're trying to kneecap a source of energy, renewable energy, that will help to bring down costs. It's about bringing down energy
This
costs.
idea that we're going to hand China this advantage on being the leader in the world on renewable energy is beyond my thought capacity.
Yep.
It helps with Americans' pocketbooks, but we want them to buy American renewables.
Yep.
And why we are not keeping those investments, letting companies who are American use those tax credits is just beyond me, while China doubles down and will be a leader on this for generations if we don't continue down the path of with these renewable tax credits.
Yeah, well, and since that's a really good point. And just going back to agriculture, and you talk about China, we want to be able to compete. Part of not just about rising costs at the grocery store because of these tariffs, it's also really hurting our farmers. Talk about how we're competing from an energy perspective, from an AI perspective with China. China is now not buying any of our soybeans. There was a story that I saw in the New York Times just this last weekend. Typically in the state of Illinois, China would have bought about at least 11%, if not more, of our soybeans by this time. They've bought zero. They're buying it from our competitors like Brazil and Argentina. That's hurting working families back home. But that's,
by the way, Argentina, after accepting a $20 billion gift from this president, from us.
Makes no sense.
Turned around and lowered their soybean prices, which hurt our farmers.
How does that make any sense?
Our global strategy is a mystery to me. But again, all this goes back to affordability.
It is about affordability.
And for families relying on the Affordable Care Act, if you are already struggling to make ends meet, to buy groceries, to see your premiums go up 7, 8, 9, 10%.
Yeah.
The likelihood that people drop health insurance, will rise.
Yeah. And those uninsured are going to seek healthcare, but they're going to seek healthcare in the emergency room. Right. And so when you think about that actually, if you're looking at this from a purely fiscal perspective, it's going to cost more.
That's
it's
right.
going to cost taxpayers
We've
more.
been there.
Yeah.
And we thought that didn't work.
Yeah.
Which is why the Affordable Care Act became law.
Yeah, exactly. So very concerned, obviously, about all of this. And, yesterday on the Senate floor, there was an opportunity for Republicans in the Senate to vote to extend those ACA premium tax credits. They all voted no. There was an opportunity for them to address these very deep, and I say deep, I think to the bone cuts to programs like Medicaid. They voted no. And so here we are, sadly, with a government shutdown. And I think what's so important about all of this is getting back to something you'd said, which is bipartisanship. Building back that trust between us as parties to sit down together. Yeah. Because Republicans are going to need Senate votes, Democratic Senate votes, in order to reopen the government.
That's the thing that gets me. You hear this talk, we think this is a problem too. We think we probably have to do something about it, but it's going to be on our time frame. And we just don't want to talk to you about it now when we know premium letters are going out now.
Yeah.
I don't understand this, this strategy of letting a moment go when you're primed to pass a bill.
Right.
Why wouldn't you put something that's a must pass? I think these tax credits are must pass. Why wouldn't you put that on another must pass piece of legislation?
Right. Exactly.
it's just this unwillingness to
Yeah.
want to work with Democrats.
Yeah.
That is outweighing doing the right thing on something even they will say needs to
Yeah.
be taken care of.
And what we're also really talking about is, we call them a CR, but it's a continuing resolution. It's just a short-term funding mechanism to keep the government open. What we do really need to get to is a full federal budget. It's been quite some time. It's been since the last administration, when you were OMB director, that we were able to get to a federal budget. Can I just ask your thoughts on kind of where you think that stands, and when the government does reopen, getting to that full and complete federal budget, and how important that is?
I mean, I knew Republican members, maybe a third of Republicans, who used to vote no on continuing resolutions just because they thought that was the wrong way to operate the government.
Yeah.
Especially defense hawks, members who proudly supported the Department of Defense would vote against continuing resolutions because they thought it was bad for the Department of Defense.
Yeah.
Because you are not updating for new factors that may have happened. It's just flatline funding. And so some of the greatest needs that change,
Every
3,
day.
6, 8, 9 every day,
Yeah.
have not been updated.
Right.
So again, it's this, I hate to use the word, but the hypocrisy here. We have rising healthcare costs. We have a government bill that's frankly inadequate.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. A continuing resolution doesn't do anything.
Yeah. I say it's kicking the can down the road kind of thing.
I mean, that's being kind.
Yeah.
As someone who had to help manage the government's budget,
Right.
when new issues every day prop up for the country, whether it be infant formula, no one thought we'd ever have a shortage there. Can you imagine, not having a Congress who's willing to respond in that moment to new challenges, or being saddled with a continuing resolution that didn't speak to issues of the day that arose?
Right.
But I think that this White House, this Office of Management and Budget, is okay with this because they don't really care what Congress has in those bills anyway.
Right. Because they're rescinding and holding back.
That's right. Or moving or shifting,
yeah,
or doing whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
In this effort to bring all power to the executive branch, and not have a real check with Congress. So that's that's the troubling part in all of this.
Yeah.
We talk about this one thing. There are larger democratic principles at play that should worry all of us, bipartisan, all of us who serve in this institution, who used to help staff this institution, are really worried.
Yeah. Can I ask you a bigger question? I'm curious, how do you think we rebuild the trust? You've been through tough negotiations. You're a tough negotiator.
You may not with this White House, but I have to have some hope that congressional Republicans have enough. I saw an ag program that, bipartisan Democrats and Republicans love, that the Office of Management and Budget has decided doesn't deserve funding, even though Congress said yes.
Right.
When is there going to be a time Republicans hold hands with Democrats? It's happened once. It's happened when they took a website down that provided transparency to the public.
I was going to ask you about that. What was that?
It gets so wonky.
Okay.
It's something called apportionment. They're
Okay.
incredibly important.
Yeah.
They dictate how OMB gives agencies the authority to spend money that Congress has given them.
But taxpayers could see it.
it. Democrats and Republicans came together when I was OMB director and actually directed us to put them online. So that was one moment of bipartisanship. Then they came together when this White House and OMB took that website down and wrote letters together and sent outreach. And the courts also weighed against this administration and said, put it back, because Congress was clear in the law. So those are the things that give me some hope. I'm an eternal optimist when it comes to things that way.
Me too.
We find a way to get it done. It may not be that you're going to trust a president who puts up deep fakes of Democratic leaders.
I know, that was so gross.
That may not happen.
That was so bad.
But appropriators, Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate, I think we'll find a way to reach some compromise and frankly, some joint pushback against overreach that's doing real harm to this institution of Congress.
Yeah. Well, it's been so nice to have this
is
chat
fun.
with you. It's great to be with you.
It's fun. I hate its
bad circumstances, but it's great to always be with you.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, Shalanda.
Hello, how are you guys?
Good morning.
Good morning, Rep. Alfred and Rep. Johnny. Oh, how are you guys this morning? I saw you guys were at a press conference with Wes Moore this morning, so busy day, I'm sure.
Yeah, we were with the governor and the rest of the Maryland team, really letting residents of our state know that we're here for them in this unnecessary Republican shutdown, that we're ready to provide the resources that are necessary. So appreciate the governor and our leaders here, our treasurer, our comptroller, Speaker of the House, Senate President, Team Maryland's all on one page about meeting the need in this moment as we fight for the American people.
Yeah, we have a lot of federal workers in Maryland. In my district, we have 44,000. Johnny has tens of thousands, and so disproportionately and acutely impacted by this. And our job is just to be there for our constituents on their hardest days. And I think both of our offices are working. I'm in my DC office right now. My staff is here answering every phone call, responding to every email with all the programs that are available in Maryland for folks who may be impacted, but also just want to make sure we are connecting people with the resources that they need each and every day, but especially today.
Yeah, I read in the Baltimore Banner, Johnny, that you said that there was a lot of people calling your office and trying to connect. So I'm sure Rep. Alford, same thing. So what are the people calling about? Like, what are they asking about? Just resources, worried about jobs? What are some of the things that they're asking about?
Yeah, great question. We are reminding the American public that these employees are not political pawns. They're real people with mortgages to pay, kids to feed, responsibilities. And a lot of our employees are living paycheck to paycheck. And now they're being asked to show up to work and not be paid, or not show up to work and not be paid. But in either case, people are concerned about how they're going to make ends meet. And they should not be political pawns. They are being treated as such by this president, by this Republican majority who control the House, the Senate, and the White House. It's why Sarah and I have both put in separate pieces of legislation to try to protect our federal workers in this moment. Mine would prevent the president from firing federal employees during a shutdown. Sarah, I'll let her talk about the UI supports that it would provide for people who are impacted. But, it's really, people are deeply concerned. The president has shown his disdain. Maryland is already leading the country. 15,000 employees have been fired by this president outside of a shutdown. So we have had more employees fired in Maryland than anywhere else in the country. We feel it most acutely. But it's a reminder that while 30% of the federal workforce is in the greater Washington area, the district, Virginia, Maryland, the other 70% is spread out across the country. And so everyone is feeling this in every state, every city, every small town across our country right now.
Well, like Johnny's office, we're getting a lot of calls from concerned federal employees, but I'll also share a lot of folks asking me to hold strong, asking me to keep fighting for them, but also fight for healthcare for all Americans. And so whether it's on the phone in our office, and I'm going to spend time each and every day of the shutdown returning calls of constituents who have reached out to me, and just to make sure I am as close to this as possible. But I also want to make sure we're thanking them, because they're not getting any thanks from this administration. They haven't for the last 9 months. And as Johnny said, like, the DOJ cuts disproportionately impacted Maryland and Virginia. But what I think is lost to this administration is the value of those civil servants for the rest of the country. Like, they are our neighbors, but they are the ones answering the phone at Social Security and filing paperwork. They're the ones at USDA doing food inspections. They're the ones at, name your federal installation that benefits taxpayers, across this country. People are paying for services, and those services are being performed by civil servants. So from DOJ to today, and the president and OMB director Voto's just ridiculous, foolish, hostile threats about firing federal workers as, I guess, payback for Johnny and I voting against the continuing resolution that, again, does not meet the need of healthcare for Americans in this moment, is absolutely ridiculous. So I say thank you more these days than I've ever said to those federal employees. And as Johnny said, he has a great piece of legislation. We have a bill that Johnny's on as well, and Senator Alsobrooks in Maryland. Every shutdown, we kind of learn something new. It's Johnny and I's first shutdown in this environment. But if you're a furloughed employee, you are eligible for unemployment insurance. And that's insurance that you've paid into your whole life. But if you're deemed an essential employee, you're unable to get that unemployment insurance. And so our bill just fixes that. Obviously, Republicans are, home right now. They're not in Washington, so we can't move that bill in time for this shutdown. But I think it's a really important conversation, because Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, including our federal employees, and they need that safety net.
And I think, to your point, the thing about the unemployment insurance is that I don't think people realize that people will not get paid at all. So how are you supposed to pay your bills if you don't get paid? So I commend you and Senator Alsobrooks for putting that bill together. Hopefully it will get some bipartisan support, because these folks, regardless of where you are in the country, you're going to have to pay your bills, and the bills don't stop just because the government shuts down. And I think that's a really important point. And I think, Johnny, I know you put a bill together as well. So let's talk about your bill, because I thought that was an important bill too, which is the SAFE Act.
Yeah, my SAFE Act is less than a page. It just says the president cannot fire federal employees during a government shutdown. And it's crazy that such a piece of legislation has to even be introduced. I want to thank Representative Elfreth and Senator Alsobrooks for putting forward their legislation. I'm proud to support it for those employees who need to have access to payment and to money while they're working to serve our country. But, I never thought that I have to put in a bill that says the president can't fire during a shutdown. It's so far out of the norm that this is even being threatened. But on both bills, there should be bipartisan support, right? Our employees are Democrats, Republicans, independents. They're not registered to vote at all. These are Americans who just love their country and are trying to help their fellow American. And so, notwithstanding disagreements on the government shutdown, these are bills that all Republicans, all Democrats should come together, pass, so that we're protecting our federal employees. It's really sad to me that we can't get Republican co-sponsors or support from our colleagues across the aisle on either of these pieces of legislation to date. I was a Baltimore County executive prior to coming to Congress, and our employees, I had tens of thousands of employees as executive. They were our most valuable resource. They were not political pawns. They were not to be taken hostage for political negotiations. We really valued them. And I'm seeing the exact opposite out of this administration. And it's really hard to see as someone who worked closely with employees in a prior government life.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, no, definitely. And I'm just curious to like, you have, is Social Security Administration in your district?
It's
Because
right,
there is
it's
a lot of
right
people.
there on the line. And so as Sarah said, I mean, this is really going to impact not just the employees in our communities. This is going to impact Americans who rely on these services, whether it's veteran services or Social Security, you name it, Postal Service, TSA agents. It is really a big thing. So CMS is technically in my district. We are very concerned about what's happening there. It makes it very personal for us, but it's really across the country we're seeing this. And to Sarah's point about fighting for healthcare, I want to point out the irony. Democrats are the ones who are, by elevating this issue, not only fighting for the 20 million Americans who would be impacted, Democrats are the ones who are trying to stop a massive tax increase on American families. This is now day 271 that we've been in Congress. And Republicans have done nothing to lower costs for hardworking Americans. The president said he was going to lower costs on day one. And so this is the right fight. I think it's important to raise this issue. And the other issue that we don't talk as much about, but I want to just raise briefly, is the fact that Republicans have proven they are willing to undo a bipartisan budget deal through cuts, through what's called the rescission process. But really, that's just a fancy word for cuts. The president has cut public broadcasting. He's cut foreign aid. He's cut Medicaid. They're willing to go through in a partisan way and cut funding that was agreed to in a bipartisan fashion. So for me, that is an easy, bright line to say any agreement has to have ironclad protections against those kinds of additional cuts. For those of us in the Baltimore area, myself, Sarah, others, we saw President Trump threaten to cut funding for the Francis Scott Key Bridge. He could do that through a rescission, even if we had a bipartisan agreement. So we need to have additional protection so that whatever we agree to is actually not undone. I think that's an important part of the conversation as well.
Right. Tiffany, so like Johnny, I spent time in the classroom. He was a high school teacher. I taught Political Science 101. And so the great part about doing that is I had to reread the Constitution and then teach it to young people every year. And the framers very intentionally put power of the purse with Congress, as you know. And this whole debate over rescissions, we might as well not even be here. If we're just going to give the president unilateral control over the purse, what is the point of having separate but equal branches of government? That our founders would turn over in their grave on the idea of us just getting completely railroaded. As Johnny said, after a bipartisan budget deal was already struck. So that's a value worth fighting for in addition to healthcare. I do want to talk about, I know we talk in these numbers, 20 million Americans will be impacted if Congress doesn't act on these ACA tax credit extensions. So important. In Maryland, that's 190,000 Marylanders. And the number that they're going to see an increase on average in their premiums is 13% on January 1st. That is in some cases $800, $900, depending on which community you live in. That's just not something people can absorb in this moment. You're not getting an $800, $900 necessarily dollar pay increase on January 1st. And the reason why this fight is the right one in this moment, and I'm not accepting the Republicans trying to play this we'll address it in 7 weeks. We cannot kick this football any further. Those letters on your premiums will be going out today, October 1st, because these insurance companies cannot wait until December 31st when the tax credits expire to send those letters out and let you know about this premium increase. And so this is the right fight at this moment. And we have to stay focused on healthcare because this president he's got a bad track record on a whole lot of policy issues. Let's be clear.
Where to begin, right?
Healthcare, largest Medicaid cut in U.S. history in July that we fought tooth and nail to slow down, to stop, right? Millions and millions of Americans, rural hospitals are going to face tremendous pressure, if not closed. We're going to see longer wait times at emergency departments. Let's talk about seniors in nursing care are going to be impacted by this. Our neighbors with disabilities who live in group homes and have really phenomenal services that like get them into the workforce and have mentors, like that's all on the table because of this president. And like cherry on top, this, I hope I can curse here, this bullshit last week of the president announcing 100% tariff on pharmaceuticals from out of the country. Like, people already can't afford their medication already. And that's a threat. It's not even a threat. I mean, it's happening. And so all of these things are snowballing, and our healthcare system is so fragile. I encourage folks to talk to anybody in the healthcare profession right now, nurses or doctors or people who work at hospitals. Like, they'll tell you we are on the precipice of this healthcare system breaking if Congress doesn't take this seriously and act now. And that's why we're in this fight today.
Yeah, no, I absolutely appreciate that because, again, I love civics like you guys. I am a civics buff. I'm a social studies major. This is my jam. But to your point, people don't understand the how the government works per se. So what we're seeing is that they are just taking control of the purse, and that is not okay. They are doing whatever they want, and that is scary. I think that is scary to a person like me, and it should be scary to the rest of Americans. But also, let's talk about the subsidies, because like you said, these subsidies are what you guys are truly fighting for, amongst other things in this bill, like you stated. I know I saw your press release that 23,000 people in your district alone have these subsidies, and these subsidies can range, like you said, it could be $200, or it could be, like you said, up to $900 that they may be paying more per month. And again, the affordability conversation
per month.
Yes, per month, not per year, per month. They're getting where are they supposed to find this money? We talk about affordability all the time as part of, kind of what the Democrats' platform should be, right? We want to increase affordability. This is not doing that. This is the opposite of what we want to do. So speak to how those subsidies will impact, people in your district, and also like, we're losing jobs. I mean, the job market is not great. So where are people supposed to find this money?
Yeah.
I'll let Johnny take a stab at that.
They're not. I mean, that's the problem, right? Not only have we gone 271 days without action on lowering costs, to your point, Tiffany, we have increased costs in countless ways, whether it's the tariffs, whether it's the mass firings, whether it's increased electricity costs. Over and over and over again, this administration is making it more expensive for hardworking Americans. Sarah has already laid out the number of Marylanders who would be impacted. I'm going to make it specific to a sample family of 4, making $90,000 a year, could see upwards of a $3,000 a year increase in their healthcare premiums. That's if they're able to afford that, right? So you're either going to see that much money taken directly out of your paycheck, out of your pocket, or you're going to lose healthcare, which could be devastating in a whole other series of ways. This is for 20 million Americans who are going to be facing this, and that's your average family in Maryland, in America, thousands of dollars per year coming out of your pocket because of President Trump and Republicans and their unwillingness to address this crisis, and it is a crisis. So it is. I think it's the right issue for Democrats to raise. Sarah did a great job of outlining why we have to address it right now. It cannot wait. We are at the table. We're ready to strike a deal. I'm encouraged that there were a couple of senators on the Republican side who have at least acknowledged that this is an issue. But now we need them to vote with the Democrats to pass a bill that will keep the government funded and address this looming crisis. Again, Democrats are standing up, screaming at the top of our lungs to help prevent this tax increase on Americans. We're looking for our Republican colleagues to join us and keep the government open.
I mean, Tiffany, I think we can all agree a large part of what turned people out to vote or even not vote last year in 2024 was this affordability crisis. And we're talking about healthcare, but let's talk about like housing, grocery costs, energy costs, childcare. It is like just the average life in America is becoming so far out of reach for most Americans because of, yes, inflation, but like the cost of everything is going up. And as Johnny said, we're brand new to Congress, 271 days, longest decade of my life. But I came here and Johnny came here to get shit done. We came here to actually move the needle and make the lives of our constituents better. And yet we are playing just defense. Like, we're not even playing offense on how are we making lives better. We're just playing with this Republican administration and Republican Congress. We're just trying to stop the bleeding. And that's unsustainable for so many families across this country. And the reason, and like, when we talk about ACA, it is far more popular today than it was when it first was kind of socialized with the American people back in the day. But I think everybody now understands that the more people who have health insurance, the better the system is for everybody. So whether you benefit from these ACA tax credits or not, you benefit from these ACA tax credits, because when more people are insured, they tend to go to the doctors more. They have a doctor. They don't go to the emergency room, whenever they get sick. It helps spread out the risk for all of us more when healthier people are also enrolled in health insurance. And so if that health insurance that was made affordable by these tax credits is suddenly unaffordable and out of reach for too many Americans, that's going to impact everybody in this system. And I think we all understand that post ACA passage, but it's just a really important reminder that we are fighting for these, in this case, 190,000 Marylanders who benefit from this tax credit, but that tax credit has other effects and other impacts and other benefits for folks like Johnny and I who have employer-based health insurance. So it's a really important just note on how this system works too.
Which is, I would say, if you have private insurance, you're going to be impacted too. Your rates are going to go up, probably significantly, without access.
Not to mention, like you said, emergency room, right? When people are uninsured, that's the first place they go. And if people are not able to afford their insurance, they're just going to forego it altogether. And when they get sick, they're going to run to the emergency room, and you're going to have wait times. I mean, the wait times are not great now. Last summer I went with my daughter to the emergency room. It was 4 hours. So you're talking double time with more people at the ER. And I think that is a big concern for me as just a Marylander, as an American, that we are putting people's lives at risk, because the more time you wait in the ER, and you are having a catastrophic situation, their potential for you to die is much greater. Yeah. So that worries me a lot. And I think also, I just one last question on the ACA subsidies. So I know there is some talks of there was a bipartisan bill that was put out there early in September. Has there been any talk of maybe bringing that back? Or I know they're not at work, but I know there's still conversations that happen. So I'm trying to be the optimist here that maybe there is a solution to this if we could get Republicans to agree.
I hope so. I've been saying on repeat the last 3 days that I have to be an optimist to have this job. I know Johnny is too. We couldn't wake up every morning and keep fighting if we didn't think we could make a difference here. And we hear constantly from our constituents to fight harder, do more, all these things. This is the leverage we have at this moment to force this conversation. And we talked about the urgency of this moment. This is what we're talking about. So if there are Republicans who also appreciate that this impacts their constituents too, who want to work with us, I want to work with them. And there have been a couple Republicans on campus these last few days. I'm just going to start grabbing them anytime I see them and force this conversation and, double dog dare them to come to the table. But this is the leverage we have, and we have to keep pushing this conversation, and we have to deliver for the American people.
Yeah, no, I saw AOC last night. She said, come to my office. And if you think I'm the problem, come to my office. I was like, go ahead, girl. The conversation feels like they're missing the whole point of this. Republicans, they're going on TV blaming, the illegal aliens. This is the Medicaid. We know this is not true. There's so many lies that's put out there. And then you have the disgustingness of these AI videos, all of this stuff is just starts to penetrate with people. But I think for you guys, for the fight point of it, people want you guys to hold strong. They want you to be strong in this fight and not fight for the people. I think that's what's missing in this time and frame where we are, is that people want their representatives to fight for them. And you guys have always done a really good job. I know you've only been there since January, but even before that, you've always fought for your constituents. And I know my rep does too. My rep is Steny Hoyer. He's always fought for us.
You've got
the dean of our delegation.
The dean. Yes, the dean.
So I lead the charge.
Exactly. And I appreciate that, right? I mean, I was happy to see all of you together today, with the governor and being able to talk through this. And I know there are programs that are now being put forth. I saw that there's like a $700 loan that federal workers would be able to apply for. They would, there are programs out there, but I just feel like some of those programs, people don't really know about them. So how can they find out about them?
Well, we have a whole package on our website. If folks want to call us or visit our website, we have a whole toolkit on how individuals can be helped access all the programs that are out there, local, state, and federal. I know Sarah's office does something very similar. And I would just say, as we engage in what I think is the right fight here, I would just leave before we sort of turn things over to the next group. My parting thoughts, and I'll let Sarah add hers, is that in all things, it is better to hope than despair. And so every day I wake up and have that hopefulness and that optimism that we will find that breakthrough. We will find that Republican who sees the light. We will have the American people speak up enough that we get to where we need to be, that we win the fight that we know is right here. And so that would be my bit of encouragement before we wrap. And I turn things over to my colleague to help wrap this up with you.
First of all, Tiffany, thank you for helping lead this conversation. And like Johnny, you can go on our website, elfrith.house.gov, and we have a whole, not just resource guide, but like FAQ if you have a specific question. And you can always call our offices. Ours are open, answering phones, responding to emails. I'm going to do a live stream tonight with just some basic Q&A on the questions that we've been getting today, so people have that information. And like Johnny, I am hopeful about the participation that we're seeing from our constituents. Right? Like we nerded out about political science today, but that's what our founders wanted for this system to work. Like Johnny and I cannot do our jobs if we don't hear from our constituents. And if our constituents and other constituents around this country aren't engaging with their elected officials in this moment, so please just continue to lean in, continue to participate, and continue to share your voice.
Awesome. So thank you guys so much for taking time to speak to me, and we have your back. So keep fighting the good fight for us. We appreciate all that you do, and we hope that no one wants this shutdown, but it is, like you said, a necessary fight. So we're hoping that this doesn't last too long, and that hopefully clear minds and hearts, because this does impact people personally, will prevail, and we will get through this shutdown fairly quickly. So thank you so much for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everything. Thanks.
All right. Thanks later. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Hello, I am Congresswoman Maxine Dexter, very honored to represent the people of Portland, Oregon, Hood River, Sandy, lots of the area around Mount Hood. And am honored to be here today with our AFSCME sisters, and would love for you both to introduce yourself and help us understand what perspective you're going to be bringing to the conversation today. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte James from Philadelphia, representing District 1199C, healthcare worker.
Very good.
Good morning. My name is Jean Weber. I'm from Pennsylvania also, Evansburg, Pennsylvania, and I represent retirees in across the state, over 9,000 retirees.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much for being here. I, in my prior life, still am a physician in the intensive care unit as well as pulmonology. And so I think we will have a lot of things that we can talk about, having seen people in crisis, see people going through mental health instability due to healthcare conditions and other things, lack of access to their medications, certainly precipitating some of these emergencies. And so would love to just dig right in with both of you to, helping folks understand a little bit more about what your backgrounds are and how we might be able to really center the American people who are having their healthcare threatened. As many as 20 million Americans are going to likely lose their health insurance, either because they can't afford their premiums or they're losing their Medicaid. And we know that Medicaid is a lifeline for so many, and it keeps our communities healthy. So would love to just hear sort of a little bit more about your backgrounds and what concerns you as we look at potentially as many people losing their health insurance as we expanded with the Obamacare ACA expansion that has happened over the last 15 years.
I work in behavioral health in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, at one of the most busy crisis hospitals that they have in my area. I feel like the cuts are deterring people from getting the care they need in the hospital. It's increasing wait times, and the foreseeable future, if more cuts do come, the big bill goes through, continues on, people will lose their, some people will lose their health care coverage. Some people won't be able to afford their health care coverage, won't be able to afford to pay co-pays to keep their continuum of care going. It leaves us unable to care for the patients, give them quality care. It increases wait times.
Yeah. And sometimes that wait time is literally the moment that you can intervene before things really get precipitously worse. And so if somebody's sitting in an ER and they know that they need help and then it takes hours, they could be in a full-on mental health crisis if they haven't had the access that they need to medications or stabilization. So I'm really grateful for the work that you all do. I know that crisis mental health care is some of the most stressful, challenging care, and also some of the most dangerous for healthcare workers when you're understaffed. It is not a safe situation for patients nor for the healthcare team. Jean, please tell us more about your background and what you're concerned about with the Medicaid and the healthcare cuts in general.
I have several concerns. I was here in May when the hearings took place and they voted to cut funding to Medicaid. And I left here very disgruntled because I felt like people weren't listening. They weren't putting the American people first. And I have, in my background, I'm retired now, but I had worked for 36 years at a facility for mentally challenged individuals, which we only have 2 left in the state of Pennsylvania now. And I'm just concerned with their welfare. They rely so heavily on federal funding. And when that funding goes away, I'm concerned with what's going to happen to them. I don't want to find them out on the streets, put out. They deserve so much more. And my retirees that I represent live on a fixed income. And right now we are just overwhelmed with the increase in in everyday living, in groceries, in fuel. Everything has just, when you're on a fixed income and you have to make do, to think that it's going to affect our Medicare with the Medicare cuts that's coming is just unreal. And I have many members who have husbands and wives, family members that are in nursing homes, and the Medicaid cuts are going to affect those nursing homes. So I'm here for a lot of reasons, but my primary reason is that I just want them to stop and think about what they're doing, give the respect to our American citizens that they deserve, and pull back some of these funding cuts and do what's right for the people in our state.
Absolutely.
And all over the United States.
Yeah, no, and I was just going to say what you both are speaking to resonates very much in Oregon all the way across the country. You know, I think this is true in every state. And Jean, I want to double down on what you were just saying, that, you know, these are not unrelated issues. The Democrats are fighting for protecting healthcare and the affordability of people's lives and making sure that Russell Vogt and Donald Trump can't just go back on it and do whatever they want after we get to an agreement. We want an ironclad agreement. So we are in a government shutdown now today. We woke up to a government shutdown because Republicans refused to center the American people, who are really going to be the ones who suffer as a result of the big, ugly law that they passed. Democrats want them to really center people over billionaires, and they're refusing to do that. So now we're in a standoff where, you know, Democrats are holding the line and Republicans are holding the line. And how is this going to move forward? A lot of people are asking, and I think it's because people in the communities are going to have to say, like, what this means. So could your retirees afford to pay more for their healthcare? Obviously, you have Medicare. And as you said, though, Medicaid is so important, even for our retirees who worked, you know, and worked hard, played by the rules, got their pensions, have a fixed income with their Social Security and pensions, hopefully. But yet there's not extra room for Medicaid cuts to then, you know, destabilize people as they're aging and need help. And, you know, whether it's in-home care through Medicaid or skilled nursing facilities, like, our retirees are the people who are really reliant on that Medicaid being persistent.
I don't think that we can take any more onto our pensions and our Social Security. There's just not as much money there to take all the money that's being built on us. Every bill you get is higher. Everything you need to live is higher, and for increased costs or actually less medical attention will come with all of this, I'm sure. I live in a rural area where our rural hospitals are barely surviving now.
Yeah.
And cuts are not going to be a good thing. I'm worried that to get care, we might have to travel over 100 miles to get care. We're talking like, this is life and death for people. This is their livelihood. My retirees worked all their lives for the state, a lot of them for the state,
taking care of us,
for counties and for municipal people. And they worked hard. They worked behind the scene doing what needed done. And now when they should be able to sit back and have a decent life, they're struggling.
Yeah.
They're struggling. And that's my concerns. I'm just so concerned and hoping that somewhere someone listens and gives them the respect that they deserve.
Absolutely. And I am going to pivot to Charlotte here, but I just want to make sure that people understand that AFSCME are public employees who are making government work, or making our communities run. And you, to get a pension, have had to put in years and years taking care of the public, only to potentially have us, you know, breaking our promise that if you work hard and serve your community, that the community will take care of you as you retire and age with dignity and respect. And so really, like, it is it's a breach of trust. It's a break of a promise for us to not have made sure that you can retire with security and stability and dignity. Charlotte, I'm very concerned, as I think you are, about the impact of Medicaid cuts on the mental health institutions, as well as just the system in general. Medicaid in my state, I'm guessing Pennsylvania is similar, pays for a vast amount of our mental health care, certainly our addiction services, certainly emergency mental health facilities like you work in. Vast majorities end up being Medicaid patients because, frankly, those folks who have, the wealth and stability to have gotten other care are probably going to be more stable than the people who are left vulnerable and unsupported in our communities. And so Medicaid has been a lifeline for so many people in our community, and many in Oregon have really been helped by the investments Medicaid has made in addiction services as well. Can you just talk more about what loss of Medicaid may mean for your job and your facility, and how that could end up hurting people in our communities?
I feel like it's going to be a decrease in the labor workers, healthcare workers from all aspects. We've already seen in the past months the uncertainty and stability within the behavioral health, mental health addictions sector, where we've in my region have had a mass amount of closures of programs that have been around for long continuous of time. We've seen a lot of realigning staff, losing staff, a lot of open positions because of the uncertainty with healthcare. We don't know if people are going to healthcare facilities are going to have funding come past January.
That's right.
We've seen more recidivism with patients coming back in, the cycle of keep on going on and getting discharged, coming back in. Also, the cuts to the Medicare and Medicaid, people are not going to be able to afford the co-pays. People have a hard time already paying co-pays before this. So a dollar does make a lot of difference to somebody.
Absolutely.
Going from 25 cents to $1 or $5. A lot of people, their psychiatric medication is their life-sustaining medication. People only grasp the concept of life-sustaining medications as insulin and things like that, but people's psychotropic meds are their life-sustaining
100%.
meds. Outpatients, we see outpatients closing. There's a lot of things that have been imploding just with the thought of this bill going all the way through, and what comes to us in the new year. Are we going to be funded? Are grants? There's a lot of grants that were cut. Are we going to have the funding to do the work that we intentionally do every day to care for people? Staff, the morale goes down. Mm-hmm. We're all walking on eggshells. We don't know if we're going to be employed. Even though I work in an urban area in the city, we still take some of the cuts. We don't know if we're going to have enough funding to succeed.
No, absolutely. And if it's similar in Pittsburgh as it is in parts of Oregon, yes, you are the funnel that everyone comes to when things are closing in the rural areas, and when clinics are closing, people end up in crisis, and they're going to be funneled towards your facility at a time where you don't have the workforce and the stability and the resilience to deal with that increased acuity as well as increased volume. What can you just help people understand? Because a lot of folks don't understand what it's like to take care of someone who is in a mental health crisis, especially someone who's been stable on their psychotropic medications, and to not have those, and then that desperation and that panic that people feel and then can't regulate their actions and their emotions. What is that like as a worker on the front lines, trying to be empathetic and compassionate at a time where you also just need to navigate the challenges of dealing with somebody who's unregulated with short staffing?
You're meeting people a lot of the time, most of the time, the majority of the time, at their most darkest time, at their most lowest time, that's just trying to see a little bit of light, a little bit of sunshine to get them from day to day. Like I'm going to keep repeating that it increases the time. Like in the state of Pennsylvania, you have to be stabilized in medical. If you have less medical professionals that solely do medical to clear people to move on to psych, it increases their anxiety, their symptoms have more outbursts, more aggression, because it's more waiting. All these things with these cuts adds more waiting on a system that's already taxed and overloaded.
Yeah. Yep. No, we absolutely are seeing that. You also need to have a place, when people can come in the front door, you also need to have a place for them to go to be discharged to, and Medicaid, really supports a lot of those institutions and facilities where once you've stabilized people medically and psychiatrically, they need to have follow-up care to keep them from coming back, that recidivism that you were talking about. So as Medicaid cuts are going to be impacting those facilities, like it's just going to become a worse problem. And, we are in the news in Portland because of so much of our mental health crisis and our houselessness. And mental health and houselessness go hand in hand for some folks, because it's hard to go to work and remain stable if you don't have healthcare that keeps you regulated, and then you lose your job, and then you're dysregulated on the streets, and there's really a lack of hope for so many people, that sunshine that you were talking about needing. So I'm devastated for our communities right now as we're looking at this. If the Republicans don't come to the negotiating table to center our communities are really going to suffer. And we're going to lose healthcare workers that are so critical to us being able to rebound despite the harm. I want to just give you both the opportunity where, coming down on time, like what are some things that you just want people to understand that you haven't said, or ask me questions, whatever. I'd just like to let you lead the conversation.
That this impacts us not just professionally and as employees, healthcare workers, it impacts us on our personal levels of life, where family members may not be getting the services that are just due to them when it comes to the cuts that comes January, with intellectual supports, co-pays, being able to go to a reasonable outpatient, to go to rehab. These are all things that are being cut in this big bill, because it's most certainly not beautiful.
I totally agree with you. And let me follow up on that. A lot of people think that if you have a union job, you're a public employee, you're living rich on the dime of the American taxpayer. Is that your experience for either of you?
Not at all. I'm in a collective bargaining agreement. Some of my coworkers utilize Medicaid, Medicare to be able to get the extra supports that they need for their family member. If you have somebody that has a chronic illness or a chronic diagnosis that requires other support, such as therapy, occupational therapy, and things, speech therapy, different facets that go along with autism and ID, all these things are needed for them to prosper. And they're stagnated. This bill is going to stagnate people's growth in their care.
That's right. Jean, how about you? Are you living the high life on the public side?
No, not really. I will tell you, though, people need to stop and look around at the people who are struggling around them, even if they are living good themselves, because there's so many people that are dependent. We have so many disabled people who are dependent on Medicaid. We have people that are on the Affordable Care Act now. I have a good friend. She's a widow and she's raising her son. She doesn't know what she's going to do, how she's going to be able to afford the premiums on the Affordable Care Act. Her premium now is just out of sight. People have car payments, could afford a couple cars on what her premium is. It's just unbelievable. And we need to stop and see what's happening to the American people and the struggles that they're going through, instead of just jamming on through and pretending like everything's fine. It is not fine for people out there. And we have to stop. This is life or death for people and their families. And we have to do something about it.
100%. And I really appreciate what you're saying. Like, even if you're doing okay, you need to check in with all of those other folks in our community. And I think most of us are going to be resilient and put on a good face and go out in public. And it's just right below the surface, the stress and the harm that's being done by having to struggle every day just to get by. How can the community check in with each other, especially during this shutdown, when I think people are going to have, more challenges getting their services, getting access. We know Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security is funded despite the government shutdown, but all of the workers that help make that happen, many of them public employees, aren't going to necessarily have the resources and the teams that they need to make it as efficient as normal. How can we all help each other get through this time? I don't know if you have ideas. I certainly would love to hear some.
Hold the people that are making these choices and judgments accountable. Get out in November and vote. Those are the things that we need to do. How we say here, hold the line, and hold accountability.
Yeah.
I totally agree. I tell the people I represent all the time, get on the phone, call people, call these senators and representatives, and let them know what's going on. Bring them back to reality of what is needed by their people, because they're surely not representing their people that put them in office. And I agree. We have to make a change, and we have to make it at the ballot box.
Yeah.
Well, we got to show up to their offices. We got to go to our state capitals, show up to their offices, knock on those doors. We got to show up to their local offices that are in our neighborhoods. We got to knock on doors. We had to do a lot of footwork, hold people accountable to what they said they were going to do for us, and tell them how they're impacting us. Because there's a lot of whimsical thoughts of what's going on in the world. We got to bring them back to reality.
I totally appreciate that. There were lots of promises made by Donald Trump and the Republican Party about making life more affordable for people from day one. And instead, we are seeing quite the opposite, and people are really struggling even more. Charlotte and Jean, I'm so grateful for you being willing to spend your time with me today, for sharing your stories. It really matters for people to hear from you and your perspectives. I just want to offer you the chance for any last words before I hand it off to our next colleagues.
I just want to thank you very much for taking time to have us and to listen to our concerns. And we'll continue to work toward our problems and try to hold people accountable and have them open their eyes and see what's going on and what they should be doing for the people that put them in office. Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you. And Charlotte?
Thank you for hearing us and seeing us.
Here for it. Come back we'll hopefully not have to do it during a shutdown, but let's keep the conversations going. So thank you all so much. I'm going to hand it over to our next speakers.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I think we're live now. So, hey, very interesting day to be here. We have a government shutdown, something that we haven't seen in a long time. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Carlos Eduardo Espina. I make content in Spanish about immigration, politics, social issues, everything going on in the United States for the Latino community here. And, one of the things I'm seeing right now is just confusion. I've made a few videos about the government shutdown, and the biggest question I get is, what does this even mean? And more importantly, how does this affect me in my day-to-day life? I think a lot of people just fundamentally don't understand what a government shutdown is, because we haven't seen one in a while. The reality is, during the Biden administration, despite all the criticism it got, this never happened. So a lot of people are new to this. And so I guess, having two congressmen here, my first question would be, in the most basic terms, how can you explain to the everyday person watching this what a government shutdown is and how it can affect them?
Well, thanks for the opportunity. I'm thrilled to be here with my dear friend Espaillat. Right now, we are fighting to stop a huge hike in healthcare costs to the American people, especially those who are on Obamacare. 24.3 million Americans, including in my district, we have the second most enrollment. And I could tell you in Florida, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, we love Obamacare. We're probably a little more than half. In the top 5 districts, 4 out of 5 of those are Hispanic majority districts. So this is something that's key for our community. Nosotros amamos Obamacare mucho, and this is the big fight. What does it mean? Essential benefits and services will still continue to flow, whether it is Social Security benefits, veterans benefits, or other benefits. We will continue to make sure that essential offices are open. But there is, unfortunately, some pain because the Republicans refuse to negotiate. And you brought up an excellent point. Under Biden, we would negotiate with the Republicans. They would get a few budget items. For instance, we worked on permitting reform and limiting the amount of increases of spending in our recent budget that we had 2 years ago. We worked with them. We negotiated. They left town. House Republicans are at home. At least the Senate Republicans are here. House Democrats, and Senate Democrats are here. But they left town because they would rather have a shutdown than negotiate to stop a healthcare hike of $1,500 to over $15,000 per family for millions of folks, including our constituents. And so we're up here doing the work, and appreciate you taking the time today.
No, thank you very much. And I see we've been joined now by the Congress of New York. How are you doing?
Hey, good. Thank you. Good to see you again. And just to give you an idea of what this means locally, right? First and foremost, it's a Republican shutdown. They control the House of Representatives. They control the Senate. They control the White House. It is their shutdown. They have ownership of this shutdown. It's not ours. It's theirs. And so what they do, today they fire a shot, stopping $18 billion for 2 essential projects in New York City. One is the 2nd Avenue subway, is right in the middle of my district, which would address a transportation desert where 300,000 people have to walk really far away to take the subway. Mm-hmm. So we were planning on building the extension of the 2nd Avenue subway for those folks in East Harlem. And the Office of Management and Budget today said that they will stop the funding for that. Also for the Gateway project, which is a tunnel in the Hudson River. the Northeast corridor is very fragile. You have like one rail stopped, and all of a sudden you have everything from Virginia to Boston unable to move. So it's really a national security issue. And today they also announced that they will stop the funding for Gateway, $18 billion for both of those projects, right? So that's the kind of like partisan gamesmanship that they're engaged in. And of course, as Darren said, I have 488,000 Medicaid recipients in the 13th district, in Harlem, in East Harlem, and Barrio, right? In Washington Heights, in the Bronx. And so these people that are Medicaid recipients are looking to see major cuts in their health care. And the Medicare recipients, 118,000 of them, seniors, also are looking at seeing major cuts in their health care. Or others may see a 114% increase in their premiums. So healthcare is so critical. If you don't have healthcare and you have a house and you wind up in the hospital, it wipes you out. I mean, you go out of the hospital, you no longer have a house, unfortunately. Yeah. So that's why Medicaid, Medicare, the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, is so important to so many people. And Darren and I are fighting for those people. We say, no, we're not going to accept $1 trillion cuts in Medicaid so that you can give a big tax break to your rich friends and donors. We want to make sure that we're fighting for those people that need it the most. And so that's what this is about, is a Republican shutdown, and we're fighting for people that want access to healthcare.
That's perfect. And I was going to ask, I read the comments when I've been making content about this, and a lot of the people, are commenting, hey, Carlos, but Donald Trump is saying, that this is a Democrat shutdown. He even put it on the, White House website. It's all over. He's had his whole apparatus, basically repeating the same talking point. This is a Democrat.
Él es un mentiroso, Carlos. Él es un mentiroso.
And so I wanted to see if you could, in very basic terms, because like I said, this is something very new for a lot of people. We always hear rumblings of, a government shutdown, but very few times does it actually happen. So now that it's happened, people are, basically trying to understand, okay, what could happen to avoid this? And, Donald Trump, he's using government websites and everything just to push the same talking point. And there's one talking point in particular. He's saying, Democrats are fighting to give health care to illegal aliens. That's the term he uses, right? He keeps pushing the same talking point. So what really, I guess, is the battle about? What is the disagreement on with Republicans? Is it really about health care for undocumented immigrants, as he's saying? Is it something else? So, you have the floor to basically clear that up and, say things how they are.
Absolutely. If I may start. So you had mentioned before Biden had negotiated with Republicans. We negotiated with Republicans when we were in charge. So we never had a long shutdown because we would give them a few things, because in the Senate and the House, you need these things to be bipartisan. Trump has told people either his way or the highway. And the question to ask is, why would he be so willing to shut the government down rather than fixing healthcare for 24.3 million Americans, including 4.6 million Floridians? We have the biggest Obamacare exchange by far in the nation. No one ever believes me when I say that, because, we're a reddish purple state and people are like, oh, no, they wouldn't like that. We love Obamacare in Florida. 4.6 million Floridians. In fact, I have my orange juice here today from Florida, made right out of Polk County, one of the counties I represent, to think about those 4.6 million Floridians. So Donald Trump refuses to negotiate. On top of that, he wants to do mass layoffs, which is not a normal thing under Obama, under Trump 1, under Biden. You didn't see mass layoffs. He's doing it because he wants to use our federal workers. He wants to torture them. He wants to make their lives a living hell. He wants to use the budget. This is not normal. This is a person who is willing to enact revenge when, all we're asking for is, let's not hike $1,500 to $15,000 plus of healthcare expenses on millions of Americans. And the fact that they have to use a lie, like undocumented immigrants, they're not eligible for Obamacare. They never have. They never will be. We certainly empathize with them. And as a CHC, we believe in and fighting for dreamers and for farm workers and families. But the reality is they're not eligible. And so it makes you wonder, why would they have to concoct a lie and continue to say a lie when 24.3 million Americans, very real, November 1st, they're going to get their health insurance jacked through the roof. So it's a lie that even has a deadline to it, because those are very real 24.3 million Americans. And by the way, the biggest states, Florida, followed by Texas, followed by California. And then when you add in Medicaid with New York as well, it hits us the hardest of any group, because Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, Venezuelans, all these citizens in Florida who are of Hispanic descent, we love Obamacare. And there's a big reason for that. A lot of us are independent contractors. A lot of us work for small businesses. A lot of us don't have access to employer-based healthcare. We're hustlers. We're small business owners. We're getting it done every day. And we use Obamacare so that we could have healthcare, because otherwise we wouldn't have any. And then the last thing I want to say is, what happens if Obamacare spikes? In Florida, you have 2 million people who just can't afford health insurance anymore. They're going to go uninsured. They're going to have to jack up the rates at the hospitals, and then that's going to jack up health insurance rates for employer-based plans and for Medicare Advantage plans. So even if it doesn't affect you directly, it's coming for you eventually, because you can't have all these uninsured and think the system's not going to pay for it. If we don't pay for it now, you'll pay for it later. And so this is a fight that's absolutely critical, because costs are the biggest issue right now I hear back at home. Healthcare costs, housing costs, food costs. And so we're fighting to stop a massive increase in healthcare costs in the American people starting November 1st. And my folks back home, we had 7,000 folks on our telephone town hall yesterday. We need to stand up for them. We need to draw a red line and say, no more. And even our federal workers, they've told me, we trust you. Follow your heart, follow your instinct. We need to negotiate. And so we're here in good faith to negotiate. And that's absolutely critical as you put this into context.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to take the same question, Congressman Espaillat, or you want me. I have a lot of other, because I just read through the comments. I love to read, what people are asking me, what people are saying. We've talked here a lot about healthcare, how that's going to be affected. But what about the other, basic services the government provide? I've even gotten questions like, does this mean my mail's not going to get delivered? Does this mean I don't have to go to, my immigration process is going to get delayed? I mean, how about these other agencies that are all, now going to go unfunded, maybe for a day, maybe depending how long this goes, for even weeks? Can you speak about how a government shutdown affects those other aspects as well? Over
225,000 Latino federal workers face delayed paychecks. And for example, Latino-owned businesses that rely on the SBA loans during a shutdown will be impacted also. There are certain agencies that will be impacted. TSA is not going to be impacted. The airports are going to be running on schedule. There's other areas that will not be impacted. So it really depends on the agency. But we ask you to come to our offices. If you have any issues whatsoever, our offices will continue to be open. In fact, we're here in D.C. because we're committed to providing services to our constituents, the people that we represent. And I will be heading to my Harlem office and my Washington Heights office from here today, and that our doors will be wide open. And if you have any questions whatsoever about how this may impact you directly, or your family members directly, please contact your local member of Congress. I know that Darren will be doing the same thing as I will be doing, which is providing key services to our people in the middle of this critical time, this shutdown, right? I mean, a lot of misinformation out there, mucha mentira, undocumented, getting Medicaid. That's not contemplated in the law. Mentira. That this is a Democratic shutdown. They run the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the White House. Some people assert that they run the Supreme Court too. Mentira. When you look down and you say, well, this is not really going to impact healthcare. Well, you could get 114% increase in your premiums. Mentira. So there's a lot of mentiras out there, a lot of disinformation. You can come to our offices, call us, email us if you have a question, and we'll give you the official answer to it. So let's get through this. This is about healthcare. This is about people's ability to live or die. I mean, if I am a diabetic or if I have a cancer and I'm not getting my health care because all of a sudden Medicaid is chopped up or my premiums go up, that could impact my ability to live or die. It's as simple as that.
That's a good way of putting it. And the other major question that I get, obviously, I guess no one really has the answer, but how long is this going to last, or how long can this last? You guys are on Capitol Hill. Are you hopeful of any positive negotiations coming to some sort of agreement soon? Is it like, arguing with a rock? I mean, what's it looking like on Capitol Hill? I think that's what people are worried about, because I think most of us have this idea, right? Okay, if this is like a 1 or 2 day thing, maybe we'll be fine. But what if this happens a month, 2 months, 3 months? What happens? Is this forever? What's that look like? I mean, if you could just, shine some light on that.
So we're hopeful. We're obviously up here ready to negotiate. The Senate is in active negotiations. You should ask, why are the House Republicans at home right now, right? It's trying to score political points and try to do nothing to resolve this. But we're here and hopeful to do it. We have seen Trump last time we were in the Congress. He pushed it for 35 days because he doesn't really like the federal government, which is ironic to want to be president and you don't believe in the services of the federal government. And it was when the air traffic controllers finally said no at JFK that it finally ended. Obviously, we don't want to get anywhere near that. We're already looking at a November 1st deadline where for families in our district, it could be anywhere from $1,500 to over $15,000 in healthcare increases that they'll see in their premiums. A family of 4 making $40,000, $50,000 can see an increase of $1,500. A family of 2 who's pre-Medicare, 61, 62, middle class, they'll see $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 increases. So this is really important. Costs are the biggest issue. And look, the president plays a risky game when he starts talking about massive layoffs and withholding funding from different areas because normally presidents try to take the high moral ground. They try to negotiate. They lead. Instead, he's reveling in it and playing the blame game and attacking different constituents, trying to make it hell on earth for our federal employees. And the American people are angry about it. You look at already the kind of support. Independents blame Republicans already because they're in charge. Democrats obviously blame Republicans, and even Republicans are split on it because why are they fighting just to stop us from fixing healthcare, right? Why is it worth a shutdown to them to stop fixing healthcare for 24.3 million Americans? Because for them, it's about power. It's about, showing that they're tough and they're not going to bow to demands for healthcare. Seriously, for 24.3 million Americans, and then to lie on top of it. We will continue to operate in good faith. And a lot of the ways this ends is because the American people say enough. Get together, negotiate in good faith, get this resolved, and keep the government running. And that is the biggest way, by voicing your support, whether in social media, whether it is publicly in various different ways. All this is very important.
Yes. By the way, Carlos, right now, as we speak, this very moment, the Senate has voted down a bill that would have extended government for another 7 weeks while negotiations would have kept on going. The Senate, run by the Republicans, just voted down right now and kept us in what it is now, a 12-hour, 23 minutes, 40-second shutdown.
Wow. No, so, I guess the biggest question I have, and I think many people have, beyond this government shutdown, one thing I see a lot is, I'm tired of all of this. It's too much. It's been almost, we're nearing what is it, 8-9 months? I lost track already how long Donald Trump's been in power, and it's just controversy after controversy, problem after problem. So the biggest question people have, I have as well, is, what can we do to, basically, I don't know, get to a better place than the one we're in right now. People are suffering even beyond the shutdown. We see it on basically every policy issue, on the economy, on immigration, on education. People are struggling right now, and they want to know, how can we improve? What is essentially the light at the end of the tunnel? So any guidance, any suggestions, any words of inspiration y'all may have would be very welcome right now.
Absolutely. We could be smarter in how we vote in the next darn election. We saw a lot of our fellow Hispanic men. I say that as two hombres here, three, right? That a lot of folks believed the lie that Donald Trump was going to lower costs on day one and that he was only going to deport criminals. But they didn't believe the lie that he was they didn't believe him when he said he's going to be dictator on day one or that he was going to use the military to crack down. So we have to be smarter. They're going to try to manipulate the Hispanic community. We're people of faith. We're breadwinners. We're hustlers. We're business owners. We believe in the American dream, and they're going to try to distort it to divide us. But we have seen what's happened. In Florida, 1 million folks have lost their legal status between TPS and parole, whether it is the Cubans, the Venezuelans, Haitians, or the Nicaraguans or others. These are folks who are all being deported now. And some of their family members voted for it thinking that they weren't going to be deported. And now they're getting torn apart. And you know who they're going after? Young Hispanic men and middle-aged Hispanic men. They're going after folks like us because apparently we're the greater threat. And on top of it, look at where the economy is right now. We had a negative jobs report again today. We're losing jobs by the thousands and tens of thousands every month because the tariffs don't work and the jacking up costs and the mass deportations are hurting the economy too. And so we need to be smarter and not be dragged into these culture wars that they try to distract us with. And then they jack up costs with tariffs and deport our families. We got to keep our eye on the ball in this next election. And yes, it's going to be like a freaking novella for the next year because Donald Trump is president. And for all of us, we got to stay focused, right? It's about costs. It's about the economy. And that's what this fight is about. Literally, we all say costs are the biggest thing in the Hispanic community. This is what we care about the most. Food costs, healthcare costs, housing costs. Well, that is what we're fighting for right now. And the question you got to ask is, why aren't they just agreeing to it? They're going to bail out Argentina with $20 billion, but they can't afford $24 billion to keep the Obamacare tax credits going so that people don't get their health care jacked up. Not for nothing. Argentina is a lovely country. They're a Hispanic country too, but this is the priorities we see: a ballroom, but you can't get health care, right? And so we got to be smart. We got to focus on the economic issues, on the healthcare issues, on the bread and butter issues, because those are what affect our family the most. Interregional immigration policy, right? These are all critical. And this fight is about cost. The thing we as a Hispanic community say we care about the most, that is what we're fighting for here.
And in addition to that, Carlos, I think it's important. We in the Congressional Hispanic Caucus are doing three things fundamentally, right? We're in the courts. We're fighting the administration in the courts. We're individually involved as litigants ourselves in court cases that we feel are meritorious and that represent the best interests of our constituencies. In terms of the budget, right, and in terms of legislation, we are actively engaged in the appropriations process, presenting amendments and presenting bills on the floor to try to avert this hurt that's being proposed by the White House. That's the second rail. But finally, the third one, I think, is one that you, Carlos, and the general public has a lot to do with, and that's public sentiment, public opinion. We got to work on that every single day. I mean, public opinion drives this nation. Even Abraham Lincoln said in the middle of the Civil War that you couldn't do anything unless you have the public sentiment behind you. So people like you, Carlos, and others that are out there speaking to thousands upon thousands of people, if not millions, right? You have an important role in shaping public opinion like you're doing today about the shutdown. Because we got to be educated. When we make decisions, they have to be educated decisions. We cannot go on hearsay or mentiras. We have to be able to get as much information as we can so that we make decisions that are educated and will protect our family. Latinos, we're still growing as a community. We're a very young community. So we have to protect our families, our kids, so that tomorrow they have a better shake on what's being offered to them. You do that by having all the tools at your disposal and communicating that and building una voz, one voice. I know it's difficult for us, because some of us dance merengue, some of us may like bachata or salsa or Bad Bunny or mariachi.
Whippa.
But these are different music tunes that are played by the same instruments. So we got to come together and try to get as close as possible to having one voice, una voz, so that we flex our muscle as a community. This is the time to do it.
No, that's perfect. And I think something Congressman Soto said is very true. And it's the unfortunate truth. I tell people, things are going to unfortunately get worse before they get better. The reality is, the midterms are still a year away and he has a year in power. And who knows what he's going to do. But at the same time, I think it's so important to document everything, to make sure people are aware, so we don't forget when we go back to the ballot box in November. I hope people next year, they remember this government shutdown. They remember, as y'all were saying, that he's been ripping apart families, that the economy hasn't gotten better. These are the things that need to be documented, that need to be, put out on social media all over. So when the time comes to activate, to vote, to participate in the democratic process, people are more informed, because unfortunately, we are in this situation because the reality is a lot of people in our community, the Latino community, supported this administration, got them into power. And now, we have to put up with the consequences and learn from it and be in a better place come next election. So this was very productive. I think we're out of time because they had told me 30 minutes. I have a lot more other questions of things I could talk about, but I don't know what, if they're about to kick us off here or what the thing is. But, before they say anything, one, I guess, very quick, like one final message. If, this is something you want people to take home from this whole conversation, what would be your message to the community in these times?
We're fighting to stop a huge healthcare hike on millions of Americans, and we need the Hispanic community to rally around us to make sure we tackle the number one issue we all care about, which is costs.
Perfect. Unidad, unity, Carlos. La comunidad unida jamás será vencida. We need to come together. Latinos need to come together across the country and show that we care for our families and that we have to be respected.
That's perfect. No, well, that's a good, note to wrap it up on. My message would just be to remember to not forget everything that we're living, process this, understand it, and let's make better decisions next time around. That's really all it comes down to. And, continue to be aware, to be informed, and keep moving forward. We always have to have our head up, and, there's no other choice. We got to keep going. So, a ver qué pasa y que Dios nos bendiga.
Gracias, Carlos.
Perfect. All right, awesome. Well, take care. Y ahí estamos, mi gente. Bendiciones.
Hasta luego.
Hi, this is Maria Teresa Kumar, and I am the president of Voto Latino. And we're going to continue the conversation that we were having with members of Congress on how hard this government shutdown is going to impact the Latino community and Americans at large, not just in the short term, but if the Republicans get their way, the money that they're going to be spending cutting Medicaid on other things is going to be held super hard for every single one of the Latino community. And so in this, I'd love to bring in the conversation. I believe that we are waiting for Congressman Espaillat. He's going to be joining us soon, but let me just break it down. when we talk about Medicaid cuts, the numbers that I throw around are in the billions, and it seems like a lot. But if you have a loved one that is in a senior facility, they're going to get impacted. They may not be able to afford their senior living care. They may have to go back home to live with you. When we talk about who's going to get impacted, we're talking about children, your child, your niece, maybe not having access to the insulin that she so desperately needs. We have to remind ourselves that when we do, when we go and vote, the purpose of voting is so that we are voting for a collective vision of what the country means. And when we vote, we also vote with our taxes. And so right now, what the Republicans are trying to do is that they're trying to take your tax dollars hostage, eliminate your hardworking money, take it away from the resources they promised when we're talking about Medicaid in this case. And guess where they want to funnel it to? They want to funnel it to detention systems, to ICE agents, to border security. It wasn't enough already that we became the largest military investment in ICE. That wasn't enough. They want more. And so we really encourage you to listen to what the Democrats are saying, because oftentimes people say, oh, it's about party. In this case, it's about common sense, what is fair, and what you work every single day to make sure that you're achieving. And that is more money in your pocket and making sure that your family is healthy. That's the bottom line. So as we wait for the congressman, I think one of the things that we really realize too is that in the short term, the headline is, oh, well, federal workers are going to be furloughed. You're talking about potentially tens of thousands of federal workers furloughed. What does that mean? Imagine if you all of a sudden got to work and they said, you know what, we're going to suspend you indefinitely until my bosses, my CEOs over there figure it out. Imagine being that person where you have to go back and you tell your family that you have to go to work, but they're not going to pay you until they sort it out. The last time that we had such a large government shutdown was under Trump. It was 2018. I'm here in Washington, D.C. I can tell you that from my window, I saw government employees standing in long lines waiting for food. It felt like it was an image of the 1930s. And my heart broke because these are people who decided that public service to serve you was their calling. Whether we were talking about social security agencies, where we're talking about veteran affairs, or whether we're talking about people that are the ones that are helping you navigate health systems, like all of it. And it shows a bit of who the priorities are, because when they talk about government furloughs, who's going to be put on deck to wait until they sort it out? Who's going to have to continue working? It's also clear kind of who their priorities are. It's not the VA, it's not the Veteran Affairs Administration that's going to keep working to give access to veterans and their health care. It's going to be ICE disproportionately. That's who the priority is. And I think there's not an American who has not seen what's happening in the different cities and who is a little bit afraid of masked agents wielding incredible power. And not asking us, is that really the best use of our government dollars? And in this case, the Trump administration and Congress has said yes. So while you're trying to make ends meet, like the majority of us in America, and while we're trying to decide what to cut back on because we may not have access to Medicaid, or what to do with my mother who's convalescing, this administration and the GOP has decided that their priority is more enforcement on our streets at the cost of what Americans need today. And so as we continue this conversation, I think it's really important that we recognize that part of how we got here is how we voted, but part of how we got here also is how we failed to vote. And I believe that we have, we're almost a year out of the election, and that means that we need to prepare. We need to identify who's on our side, who's paying attention to us, because every time we vote, we have to hold folks accountable. And every time we pay taxes, those taxes are then defined by the people who we elect to decide what should be our nation's priorities. I don't know about you, but the majority of people that I talk to, more ICE enforcement is not a top priority. Making sure that making sure that kids have access to safety meals, making sure that my food is safe because of the FDA, making sure that if you're a veteran, you have access to your health care, making sure that if you're a TSA agent, that you will get paid while you watch the planes land is something that you should care about. And again, because of this government shutdown, and let's remember, the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. They control all branches of government. And so when you read a headline or a tweet or a shenanigan that this is on the feet of the Democrats, it's because they are holding steady to ensure that your kid still gets insulin, to ensure that your grandmother or your mother are not thrown in the street because they can't afford their residential care, to ensure that at the end of the day, we are collectively safer, because that's really what government's about. It's ultimately making sure that we're creating a pact between us so that we can also thrive collectively. There's nothing but thriving in this bill, and I encourage you to look at it. I'm going to pause right there because I think Representative Hayes is going to be joining us next in about 7 minutes. So I will continue talking. I do wish that we had an ability to have people ask questions. So maybe next time I'm putting that into the comment bar. But let me just share a little bit more, right? We have 1.2 million seniors right now living in assisted living. 7.2 million of them are enrolled in Medicaid and Medicare. Imagine if they don't get those. Imagine if they don't get that health care when they need it. Imagine having to basically go back into the senior living facility and having to pack up your mother's clothing and her belongings. And then all of a sudden that burden falling on you of what to do next. That is what this means. Oftentimes we have a tendency of throwing up really big numbers, and it gets confusing because you're like, billions here, billions there. What does it mean? Well, it means is that it's the collective taxes that we've all paid, that we've entrusted our elected officials to do right by us. I can't imagine any household where you are paying the bills jointly and then your spouse all of a sudden, without asking you, shows up with a Lexus or another car. And you're like, but we have bills to pay. That's kind of what this is. You have the headline that Trump is paying close to $20 billion to bail out Argentina. Is that fair? How does that make your life better? One of the reasons that we are here in this political state is because government has not responded fast enough to the real increasing inequality that this country is facing, to the real gaps they're facing. And the purpose of a budget is supposed to be a blueprint for our values, what we prioritize as Americans, what we prioritize as community, what we prioritize for the present and for the future. And this current budget right now is prioritizing detention systems, so incarceration, is prioritizing mass individuals to pour through our streets. That sure, it starts with the Latino community, but we can all be honest. We have now so many U.S. citizens caught in the dragnet of this so-called mass deportation effort that it should be a chilling effect for all of us. And so if you ask, what can I do right now? You should call your members of Congress. Tell them that you're not aligned with this. Even if it's a member of Congress that is against it, they need to hear from you. Why? Because they need support too. We are fundamentally in this battle of ideology between big, thriving business or thriving Americans. And let's not get it twisted. No one's asking for handouts because every single one of us has paid into that system. And so for the next couple of days, hopefully it's just days, you're going to hear a lot of people that are going to try to confuse you. You're going to have headlines. They're going to be blaring. They're going to try to put it at the feet of the Democrats. That's not the case because, again, the Democrats don't control the House, the Senate, or the White House. And so ask yourself, how do I get involved? And how do I make sure that I am the most effective? And sometimes it is calling your members of Congress because you're angry at them because they're not doing the right thing and they're not doing right by you. And sometimes it's calling them to say, keep going, because it's hard and they need reassurance. But more importantly, they need to hear that this is a priority for you. Because I used to be a congressional staffer a long time ago. And every time there was a big issue before us, my boss would come in. He's Vic Fazio. He'd come in. He's like, how many calls did we get? How many letters did we get? And how did they stand? And based on that, that was a temperature check of whether to fight for something or to recede. And I can tell you that behind closed doors, there are plenty of Republicans that are shaking in their boots because of these Medicaid cuts. They just haven't found the courage. And you know who can give them the courage to do the right thing? Their constituents. So we need you all calling, representing us, but more importantly, representing your family and your values so that members across the aisle understand how immediate these cuts would be to your family and that you're not going to forget in November. I'm right now waiting for Representative Hayes. They're going to be joining us very shortly. I haven't had a chance to chat with them before, but I'm looking forward to it. I do think that the more we can get information in front of how this has been by choice, there's no need to be fighting when it comes to saving tens of millions of Americans their health care. Because again, we all paid for it. And this is all not only about values, but it's about a social contract of how we feel to ensure that every single American is able to level up, to be healthy, to be able to thrive. And those are real conversations that we need to continue having. I will tell you that when we talk about furloughed workers, we're talking about 30,000 furloughed workers. So I am going to pause there. Representative Johanna Haynes has just joined me. Hello, Johanna. How are you, Representative Hayes? Oh, you are on mute. That's what I keep doing too. I cannot hear you. Nope. But I have to say, I cannot hear you, but I love your background. I think it's fantastic.
How about now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
So before we get into the meat and crux of it, I think oftentimes people, they want to know what the feeling is. Like, what are you experiencing right now in this moment with your colleagues as you face this, massive shutdown that's going to impact millions of people?
Well, I mean, for me, I think for all of us, this is deeply personal. I did not come to Congress so that people would not be helped or receive the supports that they needed. My background is a teacher. I live and represent the community that I grew up in. And for the most of my life, I was on the receiving end of many of the decisions that are being made right now. So these are my friends. These are my neighbors. These are people I go to church with. These are people who literally are choosing when they can retire based on the health care that is available to them. And I hurt for those people. I hurt for those people because they're not here voting. They're not here at these roundtables as part of these larger conversations. So they're depending on us to do that for them. So it is a sense of deep hurt. As a classroom teacher, my children aren't just my own children. They are the children of first generation immigrants. They are the children of veterans. They are the children of seniors or grandparents with disabilities who are raising their families. So I think about all of those people and how this is going to impact them, and they don't have time for this.
Say that again, because I think that folks oftentimes in Washington, D.C. don't realize or respect people's limited time when you are basically in a social contract with government, right? Like this is what you promised. Part of it is that's why I voted for you, and part of it that's my taxes. So why are you doing these shenanigans? Break that down, because I think that we forget, and it resonates, Representative Hayes, because there's so much time when people say, "Oh, you can vote and stand in line for forever." Not everyone can.
Right.
So speak to that.
Well, I think that this is truly full circle, because I taught students about social contracts and our rights as citizens and our responsibilities as citizens. And this idea that we contribute for the greater good. We pay taxes in my state of Connecticut to send to the federal government to make sure that this entire country is well and safe and healthy and all of those things. But in return, we'd like to see those things returned to us. If there's a storm in our state, that we're not operating under the Articles of Confederation. We are the United States of America. And there is an expectation that we will meet the needs of, the people who are hurting the most. And as those needs shift, we will shift focus as it happens. So to be a part of a government and administration that literally has cut $1 trillion only to transfer that wealth to, the wealthiest corporations and individuals by way of tax breaks is really a betrayal to the people that I represent. And this idea that we live to fight another day and we can come back, for so many of these people, they don't have another day. They are living paycheck to paycheck. They are thinking about how to continue cancer treatments. They are wondering how they're going to pay their bills when we have all these competing crises going on. And these are some of the things that we warned about when we were negotiating the original bill. No state government in this country has the funds or the resources to backfill everything that is being cut. So this is, we are literally a crisis on so many different tracks. And for the people I represented, today is already too late. So delaying it even another day, another week is already to their peril. So this has to change.
So Representative Hayes, I think but that's the headline, right? Like they're not cutting anything. They're transferring from the folks that are the most vulnerable, who work hard, to the absolute wealthiest, who aren't going to see it, who it's not going to make a difference to them. And oftentimes, there is a finite pie, but it is a transfer. There's no cuts. I think that lean into that, because I think people don't realize that we always have to budget, right? As a family, right? So, and we do have to do cuts, right? Like we don't have infinite, right? So there's no transfer off, when this happens. And I think it's having that conversation to the American people, because when you hear, oh, it's a cut, we're like, yeah, well, my finances are a little tight too. So I kind of get that, right? But I think it's breaking it down for them that this is a transfer.
Exactly. It's an absolute lie. Our colleagues ran on this platform of cutting debt and deficit. And people were open to the idea of trimming down some programs and services if it would reduce our debt. But that is not at all what has happened. So these services have been trimmed down. Employees have been let go. Programs have been zeroed out or defunded, but not to return that money to the National Treasury or to bring down our debt, to now transfer them as permanent tax cuts to the wealthiest individuals who have seen tremendous growth in their wealth, in some cases almost double in the last few years, while vulnerable communities, while working Americans, while the people who show up every day and keep our country working, keep people healthy, all of those people who are service to their community are feeling the brunt and tightening their belts. So this is not streamlining government or streamlining services in order to save money. All of this money has been transferred in an unprecedented way. This is the largest cut to healthcare that we've seen. I've seen my state can only extend SNAP through the end of the month. So vulnerable people who rely on supplemental food assistance will have to figure out how that happens. LIHEAP and emergency heating assistance programs cut or severely diminished. And in Connecticut, we're coming up on the winter, which can be very harsh. Educational funding. We saw this play out all through the summer when superintendents and local leaders were trying to figure out their budgets going into the next year. All of them had to kind of do this Herculean task of how to do more with less, while the federal government is not doing that. It is not that we are trying to do more with less. It is that we are trying to create more so that we can transfer it to the wealthiest individuals. And that cannot be overstated, because that is exactly what is happening right now. It is not to say that we are, streamlining these programs so that we can pay down some of our debt, so that we can address some of these longstanding issues that they ran on. It is only for one reason, and that is to provide permanent tax cuts to the wealthiest individuals. And I think I just cringe at that, because every other thing that was proposed, things like no tax on tips, those are all scheduled to sunset after a year. They are
say that for the people in the back.
They are income limited.
Say that for the people in the back.
Very narrow in scope, but the tax cuts to the wealthiest individuals are permanent.
And I think that it was funny. I was just in Sonoma with my mom, and she was like, my mom is very much a Democrat, but she was like, look, we know so many people in the service industry. She's like, look, in the service industry, like, they don't have to pay taxes on tips anymore. That's huge. I said, but Mom, that's limited. And she was shocked.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that one of the things that is, that keeps, when I keep looking at what they're cutting and who they're impacting, just because of the demographic makeup of our country, that is now, if you're in kindergarten, we're part of the, they're alpha, they're majority minority children now. Like there's no majority in the classrooms in if you're basically in 8th grade and below. And so when I start unpacking like who they're trying to disproportionately impact, sadly, it's young people of color, because they're increasingly more, right? So how do we communicate to young people who are increasingly, not wrong, cynical about the process, right? But getting them invested, because whether we're talking about cuts to Medicaid or SNAP or even veterans, and you look at who's getting impacted, we are not getting impacted equally as communities. It is because Black and Brown are so young and Asians and Native Americans are so young compared to the rest of the white population that when it sounds like we're not going to have access to reproductive health, as an example, it sounds universal, but it is not. So speak to that.
Well, these cuts are being made they are targeted and with surgical precision. And if you just peel back the layers, to your point, you see who will be the most impacted. And what do? We do what we said we're going to do. When we are in power, when we are in the majority, we address things like the high cost of housing. We address things like student loan debt and increasing Pell Grants so that people can access opportunities for their family. We address healthcare in a real and meaningful way so that people won't have to rely on tax credits or supplements in order to pay premiums. We bring down the costs, and we do the things that we said we were going to do. We cannot keep telling this generation, show up, stand in line, vote. And when we're in power, we will make sure we address your most pressing concerns. And then when those things happen, we say, oh, we'll get to you next time because we have this right in front of us that we have to take care of. We have to learn how to address multiple things at the same time. And these young people who have come of age, believing in this responsibility as a citizen, trying to participate, trying to contribute, trying to be a part of the conversation, I think that they rightfully so are a little bit disgruntled because they're saying, stop telling us to wait. Stop telling us that next time we will be a part of the conversation and your solutions will address our needs. We need to do what we said we were going to do every single time. And I agree with these young people. They have to be a part of the conversation, whether it's job training programs, whether it's, no tax on tips, just to bring back that as an example, seemed like something that was appealing to most people. How about we just raise the federal minimum wage? How about we do the things that we have the ability to do so that people don't have to make these decisions in the immediacy, because literally they have to make rent at the end of this week. So they're just thinking about, how does this affect me now? that, big democracy and, saving the republic really does not resonate with them if they're saying, I can't even move out of my parents' home because I can't afford to live in the city where I work.
Right.
So all of those things have to be addressed in real time.
So I think, and this is it is that social contract that are missing, but I'm just going to share with you a couple of facts. Look, one of the things with what they're trying to do in these cuts, when we talk about disproportionate impacts of Black and brown people, it will jeopardize, there's 28% of Medicaid and CHIP enrollees are going to be impacted that are Latino. And that means that we are talking about close to 50% of kids on CHIP are brown children. Mm-hmm. And 58% of births are coming from Latino mothers who are on Medicaid. And so when we talk about this disproportion of how that impacts folks, one, it's like, this is a clear and wake up call for communities of color, that the body that you work in, Hayes, you're one of the youngest members of Congress. Like, you are not, you need more friends. You need more peers that are part of your cohort, because people making decisions right now and driving the agenda do not reflect the American body as a whole. And it gives them that liberty to do so. But the other thing, though, is, and I wanted to touch upon it, is that when we talk about the furloughs, we're talking about close to 30,000 federal workers that are on the cutting board. But I want to talk to you about how that has disproportionately, the furloughs already that happened the first time with Doge, disproportionately impacted Black women, because they made such a majority. What is, talk a little bit about, how do you drive that home? I know that my mother, my father, they both were state employees. They worked for a state hospital, and they did it because it was a way to do service. They were working with folks that were incapacitated in some form, but it was a way to do service, and it wasn't for the glory. And yet you have all of these African-American women right now that are saying, we are the first ones that are the most vulnerable to these cuts. And we are oftentimes heads of households. And again, we did it for service.
Yes. So to your point, most of these programs, when we talk about in my state, Husky Care, these are people who are working, who work for low-wage employers who either don't provide plans or they have children who need health care. Mm-hmm. So these are the communities that will be affected the most. And many people work in the public sector. In the Black community, that was one of the only ways to enter the middle class, to have a retirement. People didn't have the same access to capital. So literally, generationally, people, Black women have entered government service for that very reason. But I think we have to think about it even more broadly. It's not just people who represent federal workers. It is the services that federal workers provide.
That's right.
My district in the state of Connecticut is not a place where we have a lot of federal workers, but I can tell you, we have veterans who reach out to my office and rely on services from the VA. We have people on Social Security. We have people on Medicaid. So when we can't get someone on the other end of the phone, or we can't process casework, or we can't get an answer to someone who is in crisis, that is a problem. And that affects everyone. I would say even more so people who are not in highly concentrated areas where federal workers, in rural communities. Oftentimes, getting through to someone on the phone or reaching out to your congressional representative is your only link to the federal government. So we have to think about how everyone is affected by these things. And we have people who literally have put in 20, 30 years of federal services, contractors who show up every day. And it's not just their job, it's the services they provide. It's remarkable.
And it's really important. No, and it's important to underscore that, because in losing them, we're also losing expertise and institutional knowledge, right? And in order, and it's so funny because sometimes like, well, I don't know what government does. And part of it is just like, that could be that government is working in some cases, right? Like you're like
actually, that is really funny, because I can tell you as a representative, I've tried really hard to make sure that everybody in my community knows the services that are available to them. I've had people reach out and ask me questions about their housing. And I've said to myself, I lived in public housing that was federally funded. I would have never thought to go to my congressperson with this issue. So making sure there has to be, I guess, more information sharing where it's not only the people who have agency or access or some activism in them that get the attention of their congressional representatives, but people need to know this is how we are working for you. This is where that federal funding came from. This is how that program exists. And I think right now, as those services are being attacked and cut, people are understanding that. People understand that the reason why their school has a speech therapist is because they are Title I and the federal government is bringing those services in so that their children can have them. People are understanding that the reason why we have, recovery programs is because those are federally funded to help, stabilize and rehabilitate communities. As those programs begin to disappear and people realize the good that they've done, they're saying, wait a minute, that's not what I asked for. That's not what I want. And it can't be this idea. I think this is something I really try to stress. And it's the teacher in me that keeps coming back to that. It can't be just, I need for my family and my children to be okay. As the Congresswoman, I want everybody's family and everybody's children to be okay. And that has to be a part of the work that we all do collectively. And this shutdown really is a slap in the face to all of those people who literally are saying, I'm doing my part. I'm showing up for work every day. I'm showing up in my community. I'm paying my taxes. I really don't have an option to do that, with the expectation that the things that I need will be taken care of by our federal government.
So, Representative Hayes, I think one is that, yes, the folks work for, members of Congress work for the folks that for their communities. And I think people forget that social contract, right? And so it's that conversation. I have to say that it warms my heart to know that you have active caseworkers talking to your community about how they can take most advantage of the work that you do and you offer. But as we wrap up, what is something that someone sitting at home, just reading the headlines,
Oh, I lost you. Well, I'm not sure what happened. It looks like we lost Maria, but what I will say is that this morning I sent out a newsletter to all of my constituents with some frequently asked questions and just answers to those questions. And what I think we all will continue to do is just stay in constant communication. People have so many questions. So as we get information, I think updating people in real time is the best thing that we can do. And just hearing from people how they are deeply impacted, what is happening specifically in their family, in their situation, so that we have all that information when we come back to Washington and continue to fight for the government that they deserve, for the services that they need, and the health care that is their right. So thank you all for joining us, for supporting these efforts, for tuning in and engaging. I really hope that you can feel that House Democrats are working for you. Take care.
everyone, I'm Greg Landsman, Congressman from the 1st Congressional District in Ohio.
I'm Mark Vesey, Congressman from the 33rd Congressional District in Fort Worth and Dallas.
I'm Nikki Budzinski. I represent the 13th District in Illinois in Springfield.
So we're live streaming as part of our New Dems podcast, The Fly-In, simultaneously as the leaders and others are live streaming too. We want to use this opportunity to explain to folks what's happening with the shutdown, what to expect, why this is happening, and how we get out of this mess.
Yeah.
And so I want to start with you, Mark, because we didn't get to do the fly-in on Monday.
No.
I guess you were flying late.
No, I had another event that I was doing, and so I didn't get a chance to participate. But I'm glad that I'm here today because this topic is hugely important.
So you've been here longer. Nikki and I came in in 2023, so we're newbies.
Yeah.
And I can just tell you from my experience as the first time shutdown, I'm incredibly frustrated. I'm angry. This was totally unavoidable. The President of the United States is supposed to be the person who leads, who brings people together, who solves problems. This is an infinitely solvable problem. Most people want a budget that includes assurances that, in fact, the administration is going to spend the money on behalf of
that it's been appropriated
based on what Congress has said, and that we are going to protect people's health care, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. He told members to go fuck themselves, and he is now, God only knows what he's doing today, but outside of making memes, he's not really doing anything on this.
Nothing.
We desperately need somebody to get this deal done.
Yeah. We need for people to get something done. And I will tell you, because I've been through the shutdowns before. And I remember my freshman year, we had a shutdown that actually lasted a pretty lengthy period.
And the 30+ day one.
Yes, that was a 30+ day one. The longest one that we had. We were here, really every day. And sometimes we would fly home on Saturday and come back on Monday.
Wow.
Or fly home Sunday and come back Monday.
Oh, really?
When you came back, that you were coming back for the, because there might be a deal, because you might have to vote.
No, it never. That was not the expectation. I think that it was just like everybody needs to be back when they gavel in, and so it basically came down to that.
I do think it's like an important point for this shutdown to note that we're here in Washington. They are not. House Republicans are not. I mean, we stand ready to get to work to get this deal done. So,
a huge mistake for the speaker. He knew we were coming back. There were 2 days where we could have negotiated and ironed this out. And the Senate was here, House Democrats were here, and the speaker just told Republicans, "Hey, stay on vacation."
And he's lying. I mean, the thing about Johnson, for all of his "Thus saith the Lord" this and "Thus saith the Lord" that, I heard him on CNN this morning talking about undocumented being able to get benefits, which is very illegal, which is highly illegal. But
it's a lie. It's a lie.
Yeah, it's a lie.
To be very clear, it's against federal law. They are using two. This is in some ways how like one, they've gone around the bend. Two, they've lost the argument, and so they've got a lie.
Yeah.
That we're fighting for something to do with giving illegal immigrants services or health care, whatever it is. But it's a lie. It's literally against the law. He knows that. And then something about trans folks, because that's their go-to.
Right.
That's their go-to when they've lost the argument. But the problem is, what we're asking for is healthcare. It's one word. Healthcare.
And it's something that the American people overwhelmingly support. They, something like 22 million Americans get support to pay healthcare, their healthcare bills, or their health coverage through the Affordable Care Act investments, these subsidies, and they're going to lose them on January 1 unless we don't act now. And so we're saying, like, look, this isn't that hard. Just extend the ACA
tax credits.
Well, if I can say too, Greg,
Yeah.
I mean, just about my district alone, it's 17,000 people that are going to lose access to the ACA because those tax credits are what really made it affordable. I mean, premiums are already going up, whether you're taking advantage of the tax credits or not. I think if people pay attention to their bottom lines, they're going to see premiums are going up. 17,000 people in my district alone. I'm sure you guys know
30,000
the numbers.
in mine.
30,000 in yours.
That's
I
around
mean,
my number. Yeah.
that is huge.
Yeah,
I mean, and what's happening in this country is healthcare is becoming less and less affordable and less accessible.
Yeah.
And I'd also just add on top of that, I have a very rural district. I mean, I know you guys both probably represent parts of rural communities, but what's going to happen with this manufactured healthcare crisis, if I could just say, by the Republicans,
they're doing it.
is the pain points are going to be felt everywhere. But I really want to kind of emphasize for rural communities what it's going to mean. I mean, rural hospitals rely on Medicaid to keep our doors open.
Yeah.
I know in my district, I spent a lot of time talking to my community health centers, to the hospitals. They rely on about 30% of their budget just in Medicaid dollars to keep those doors open. So what it's going to mean is less and less options for folks in rural communities that already have challenges. We don't have a lot of those healthcare specialists that you might have in Cincinnati or in Dallas or Fort Worth. You know, those kind of specialists, we're already challenged with attracting them into our rural communities and getting them to stay. But then when you talk about doors closing, I mean, the crisis is only going to get worse.
Because when a hospital shutters its doors, they close.
Yeah.
Everybody that works there obviously loses their jobs.
else.
Everyone that supports that hospital, I mean, suppliers, but also doctors,
Right.
they go somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that community goes from having some health care
Yeah.
to having to drive 30, 45 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it's just not sustainable. And it's for the richest country in the world, it's
Yeah.
absurd.
Yeah.
And when people realize that all of this
Mhm.
was to pay for tax cuts for the super wealthy,
That's a very good
it
point.
pisses them off. Like
Yeah.
it just makes them so mad because the
Yeah.
billionaire class, like the super, super wealthy folks in this country, it's the golden age for them. That's Trump's golden age. Like that's what he means. It's for
Yeah.
him
Yeah.
and his, billionaire donors.
Yeah.
But for everyone else, it's getting
Hard.
grim.
Yeah, grim. I think that's really true. I also want to just mention something I've heard in talking about rural healthcare in particular. Some of our Republican colleagues like to talk about in the big ugly bill that there was $50 billion put in there for rural healthcare to kind of shore them up. That is like such a drop in the bucket.
It sounds like a big number.
It
'cause
is
it's like 50
not.
billion, but you're like, wait a minute, you're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar
Yes.
investment in these rural hospitals. Like
Yep.
$50 billion
It's nothing.
doesn't do anything other than give
Provide
you
a
something
talking point.
provide you a talking
not to
point.
interrupt you, but yeah, it's a talking point. It's incredibly frustrating. And I think like talking about affordability, I mean, for us as Democrats, we're drawing the line in the sand on healthcare, but I think it's worth noting that the other things that the Republicans have attacked, SNAP, for example, 187
Food
billion
assistance, yeah.
food assistance,
Right.
food assistance. We have more hungry people now in this country because of the Republican agenda and this administration. And not only that, but you look at all of I used to work at OMB. You look at what they're doing where Russ Vought is freezing a lot of funds. I know my communities have come to rely on some grants. We did the ribbon cutting. We did the actual announcement, and they're not cutting these checks. And so I think some of this is also like an erosion of trust that we're seeing in Washington. But affordability is number one. How are people affording groceries when tariffs are being applied on everything? We saw the recent news about pharmaceuticals. It's going to only lead to increased prices for pharmaceuticals, for prescription drugs, energy prices.
I was trying to think the other day, is there a part of my budget, family budget, that has not been, that hasn't gotten worse, right? Like, so the utility bills across the board are going up.
Right.
Because they cut all these
tax credits,
clean energy projects.
Yeah.
The AI data centers are taking up all this electricity.
Mhm.
They're doing nothing to fix it.
Mhm.
They've made it worse, obviously. So
Mhm.
utility costs are going
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
And that's true for our family.
Yeah.
Healthcare costs are going up.
Yep.
Groceries are going up. Almost
Mhm.
anything you buy is going up. Housing
Yeah.
and property taxes have gone up.
is there like, I mean, I don't know if this is even a useful exercise. Is there part of like the like normal family budget that has not been worsened over the last 9 months?
Literally everything has gone up. These Trump tariff taxes, along with these healthcare, cuts that he is talking about, is really just going to hurt everyone's bottom line. And then if you put on top of that, you just mentioned Russ Vought, who is, my understanding, one of the architects of Project 2025. And he says he's using, laying off all government workers if we don't come to a resolution behind this. But I know that he eagerly wants to lay off a bunch of people. And so just imagine the Trump tariff taxes, the cut to people's healthcare tax credits, and all the people that he could possibly lay off. It would be an economic catastrophe that this country would have to swallow. And I don't know, and I don't know like what that would do to the economy. I think it would really push us to depths that we haven't seen.
I think that this is always bad for the economy, a shutdown, but this one is going to be, I would assume, unfortunately, particularly bad. And I'm curious, Nikki, because you worked for the administration, previous administrations, and you worked at the Office of Management and Budget. So far, they have fired or forced out of their jobs 275,000 public employees. Now, the other way to say that is they have killed the jobs of 275,000 Americans.
The livelihoods.
They've killed their jobs. They're the first president ever to actively create unemployment. Now they're saying we're going to go further. I mean, what is your sense as to what that could look like? I mean, how bad could it be? They've already done 250,000 people. They've already fired 250,000 Americans. Like, how much worse can it be?
Well, I totally agree with you. I mean, I think the cruelty that they're showing toward the federal workforce and the jobs and the livelihoods that are being impacted is cannot be overstated, the negative impact that that's going to be. But I also look at it from the lens of my constituents. I mean, the things that we do in our offices at back home is we help people get their Social Security benefits. When a veteran has a question about their VA benefits, or we have a constituent that calls about the IRS, my office is then helping to liaise between that constituent and the federal government. And when you shrink the federal government and you cut the federal government, and these aren't just cuts, I think these are like deep, like wounds to the bone, it's going to be a lack of services. And so when Russ Vought tries to brag, I mean, it's so heartless the way he's bragging about cutting these jobs. Constituents back home need to realize, for me, for example, I represent 17,000 federal workers within my district. I mean, I think a lot of people think of the federal workforce as just something within the District of Columbia, like bubble.
No, 85% of all federal workers are outside. I've got 15 too.
So on top of like,
we have thousands in DFW, thousands.
And that's horrible. I mean, so they're going to be impacted.
He's threatening to fire more people.
Definitely.
I mean, do you think it's tens of thousands more, hundreds of thousands more? Like, do you have any sense as to like how far it could go?
I mean, I think we should take what this administration says very seriously. I think he was intending to make that announcement prior to the shutdown as one way to kind of threaten, I think, Democrats. But let's be honest, Craig, like they've already been doing this. They've already been laying off, doing deep cuts into different agencies. And what's also really hard is that we have a United States Supreme Court that when these challenges get challenged through litigation, the Supreme Court is saying that this administration can do it. So, we're really forced into, fighting back. And that's a big part of why we're here.
Nikki, before you go, I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the number one thing that members can be doing at home? And I know we're going to have Chairman Aguilar stepping here in just a minute. What do you think members can be doing mostly when they go back to their districts?
I think it sounds really basic, but I think it's critically important is spending time with your constituents. There is so much anxiety out there, not just about this shutdown, but I think more broadly, the way this administration is approaching governing, people are really afraid. And so what I try to do is, I'm going to stop by and thank my TSA agents, of course. We're going to do a rally with some of the union workers with AFGE that have been really doing the hard work within the VA that are possibly going to be facing more cuts, more job elimination. So spending time with the workforce. But I think it is doing the best we can to communicate to our constituents that our offices stay open. We're going to continue to try to make those connections within agencies on Social Security and IRS, but folks need to expect likely very serious delays because of what's happening.
By the way, before you get out of here, I got one question. This is funny.
Yeah.
So this is from a reporter, a Hill reporter, who says, okay, so if Nikki Baczynski is engaging in Twitter fights, the world is really off kilter, which is true. Like, because you're like
I
low
did
key.
engage a little bit in this today. Yes.
This was your tweet. How about you stop trolling on X, which
Yeah.
is very generous of you. Because it's Twitter. I don't like it. Like, I don't.
I say Twitter typically, but to be technically.
And stand up for your constituents who are struggling with skyrocketing premiums due to your manufactured healthcare crisis. Like, first of all, bravo.
Thank you.
And second of all, like, yeah, it is true. Like, you don't do this. So, like, I'm
Enough is
assuming
enough.
because you're like, you're as mad as I am.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have to draw the line in the sand. This is not, I would argue this is not, and I've not been through a government shutdown before, but this is not normal times. I mean, and I think we have to start fighting back.
You're awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Travel safely.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
We appreciate you coming
Yep,
back on.
Thanks.
All right.
All right.
We have the chair of the Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar.
From Redlands, Cali. What's going on, man? How you doing? You have
Usually, this is going to be really hard for the three of us
like
because
Pete has on the. This is why you're when you're in leadership. He actually has on the full
the uniform.
attire.
The uniform.
He has the attire on. Today, where Greg and
You're
I
so
are like,
serious because like and like I don't like
we
we
supposed to be serious?
when the three of us are together, typically it's just jokes.
Yeah.
Like I try to win at being the funniest. I lose to Pete usually. Although Mark, but unfortunately, this is a very serious moment, and you've been probably doing this a lot more through the last couple of days than either of us. What's your message been? I mean, like, what do you think is the most important thing for people to know right now?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Nikki Baczynski. I think she, kind of nailed it, right? We have to talk to our constituents about the stakes, what's going on here and why we're here.
Yeah.
We're here. Republicans control everything, the House, the Senate, the White House. The three of us worked day and night to try to get to a majority. We didn't. This is where we are. Republicans won. We acknowledge that. But they've created this. They've created this healthcare crisis, and they've assaulted healthcare. They've used it as a punching bag, and they want to hurt our communities. And so, that's where we are, and that's the most important message that we can convey, and like the unity of the Democratic Caucus. That's why I'm so thankful, to be a part of it. And you guys are amazing, and I'm a longtime fan of the Fly-In. And before Punch Bowl stole your name,
So I mean,
it's like, can we talk about that for a minute?
By the way, so we created the Fly-In. Well, New Dems did. And then Punch Bowl was like, great idea.
Yeah.
We'll just steal it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have not been invited on yet.
We have not.
Yeah. I mean, I feel that there's something there. I feel that like there's, some royalties that can be shared or something.
Yeah, so let me ask you, I think the speaker made a huge mistake by not bringing people back. Cause like we were very clear, like we're coming back. You were very clear. You were like, because you're the chair, you're like, we need everyone back. That was not a private thing. We weren't trying to keep it a secret. We were coming back because we wanted to get a deal done.
We want to work, right? That's just who we are. Like
he made a mistake. I mean, it seems like he made.
I think it's a total tactical mistake, unforced error, right? And we can talk about whether that means, whether that's because they don't want to swear in Adelita and Epstein.
Well, let's go back to that. Like, did he? Because it seems so simple to say, like, because so much of this is messaging and who's going to sort of blink first, and here we are in DC trying to get a deal done. They're on vacation. He didn't call them back. Is it because he doesn't care? Did he screw up? Or is it more sinister that he knows that if he brought everyone back, he would have to swear in a new member of Congress who would sign the discharge petition requiring a vote on the Epstein files?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely at play, right?
Oh, yeah,
Like folks, folks in his orbit, on the other side of the aisle, they're very aware that we're one signature away. They know it's coming. I think that it's definitely in play here. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's real. However, I do think he just wanted to jam the Senate, right? He just wanted, House Republicans always think that they're, too smart by half, and they're really not. And so we're just going to send this over, and we're just going to make them eat it. And Chuck Schumer's going to cave, and we're holding, firm. Meanwhile, to the American public, it looks like, oh wait, the government's shut down and you guys are on vacation, and like what's going on here? And so I do think that it is an unforced error, but there are Epstein dynamics here. We can't deny that. I mean, it's very real. She'll be number 218 to sign that. It'll force a vote or force them to go through different strategies on if they want to try to avoid a vote. But it's a problem for them.
Yeah,
in the Senate. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you. Not switching gears, but switching gears a little bit. The press conference yesterday on the steps, I thought it was powerful.
Yeah.
Can you tell us something about some of those families? I'm sure that you and Hakeem and Katherine probably had a chance to talk with some of them and got to know them better than we did. Is there something else that you want to tell us about that? Because I thought they were all powerful stories. The guy that talked about, because one of the talking points that Republicans keep using is, oh, able-bodied man this and able-bodied man that,
or it's like this luxury tax credit.
Exactly.
It's just this nice to have kind of thing,
right?
In terms of the ACA tax credits,
right?
But like
when I heard the guy yesterday talking about like how it hurt his pride.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, to me, what came across was like how proud he was.
Yeah.
Tells the story. Like he's a professor.
Yeah,
he's got stage 4 cancer.
He's a professor from PA, from Pennsylvania, stage 4 cancer, been fighting it, and he's on the Affordable Care Act premiums and gets his health care through that. And clearly, I mean, what came across to all of us is just how proud he was to, like, he is working hard.
Yeah.
He's a full-time professor.
Yeah.
And he still has to get his healthcare through the Affordable Care Act, which he's fine with, but like it just came through how authentic and like real he was about the difficulty that his family will be in if those premium subsidies go away and if those costs go up. And I think that's true for so many people, right? Republicans, to your point, Greg, and they always want to say, oh, we'll just keep it the way it is. And it's just, we just want people to work, or able-bodied people, all these like, signals that they send, when we all know in our districts, especially our 3 districts, like people work hard and they have a lot of pride with what they do,
harder than they've ever worked.
Yeah. And they don't want a government handout.
No.
And they work incredibly hard for their family not to have that happen.
It's that line in the West Wing where it's like they want it to be a little easier.
Yeah.
Just like they're working really hard, just help make it a little easier. And that's what the subsidies do. They make it a little easier to pay your health care.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Pete, they want us to speak a little bit louder. So if you could elevate it up some, that'd be awesome.
All right. I only had like 3 cups of coffee.
This is where we're being authentic. Yeah. So if they say we're going to speak louder, we're just going to like.
All right, so it's like
we're at the bar.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, okay. Yeah. All right. Like your bar scene in West Wing or something.
That was a bar scene. Look at you. Yeah. It's just, I want it to be a little bit easier.
Yeah, they don't know.
I mean, and essentially what happens is you could also tell that he's terrified. He's terrified that in a couple of months, he is going to lose his healthcare subsidy. Yeah. And then he's not going to be able to pay for everything without going into enormous medical debt. So his life, is on the line because he's, going through treatment. And who knows what's going to happen? Obviously, like we all want him to, get through this. But he is, if they do not extend these tax credits, his life without enormous medical debt is over. Yeah. And that will be true for millions and millions of Americans. And that is the negotiation, which is the simplest negotiation ever, like a CR plus healthcare. That's all Trump has to do. That's the math that Trump is working through. But it does require him to do what he has previously said presidents need to do, which I agree with, which is you got to lead. You got to do the work. And he likes to say, I'm super powerful. I'm all powerful. 9 months of this, right? If you're all powerful, why is it so hard for you to put, a half a dozen people in a room and get a deal done?
Yeah. It just shocks the conscience, right? How they don't want to do this and how they can hear these stories. And we all know that they heard these stories leading into the big ugly bill, right? The big ugly law. Now, they heard these stories from folks and they were just unmoved. And like the three of us and the rest of our colleagues on the House steps, we're so moved by these stories. This is just the fundamental difference of like who we are and who our coalition is and just who we look out for. And that's what I walked away with on the kind of political side was, look, I can't believe how somebody could listen to these stories and feel that this guy's out for himself or that this is just something that he shouldn't have, or the mom who has 2 autistic kids and she's caring for them. But how she talks about, but she still talked about like how different they were and how they both like wanted to do different things and she's just trying to make it happen and trying to be there for them. And we've all heard stories about, caregivers and Medicaid providing care to their kids while they are on the Affordable Care Act, right? And so they're feeling pinched from both ends, right? Because they have these premium tax, credits going away with Medicaid changes on the horizon, and it's hurting these families. And that's like, to me, those are the stories that resonate. So what we can do is elevate those. Exactly.
Before we let you get out of here, because you are super busy, the chair of the caucus, one of the things you have to do is keep everyone organized and together. And this is fed.
We appreciate that.
Right. Sorry. Organized, together, and fed.
Yeah.
And you've done that just incredibly well throughout, my time here as a member of Congress. But over the last couple of days, this is as united as I've seen this caucus, and well fed.
Thank you.
And it's because the fight is on something that we all desperately care about, healthcare. That's core to who we are. And I just think it's very, very problematic for Trump to have us as united as we are with the American people, because the American people, by 70%, 80%, they want this. They want this healthcare.
Yeah.
And they are divided, right? Because there are some people who are like, you gotta give them people their healthcare, and others who are like, it's too expensive.
Not only are they divided, my counterpart, someone we know, Lisa McClain, who runs the Republican conference, she outright told their members, do not talk about healthcare.
Correct.
Right? Like that is their message. They know this is a losing issue. Yeah. They know that they shouldn't talk about this. Their advice isn't, here's some stories, be empathetic, right? Like sit down with folks, talk about the bill. No. Their message is don't talk about healthcare. When you're home, don't talk about healthcare. That's the guidance that they gave to their members this week going into the shutdown week. It's
well,
so
they're on
crazy.
vacation. They were like, okay. And then, just put the phone down.
I mean, that would entail like doing work, which we're not all convinced that they are yet. So they're clearly not here working. I doubt that they're having, healthcare roundtables and story shares.
No.
But that's who we are. But that's just a fundamental difference, right? They're on vacation. We're here. We're ready to work. And they're telling their members, don't talk about healthcare. To your point, Greg, he's underwater on the economy. Trump's underwater on all these categories. Working people are affected by all of these, policies.
They not only want us to win this fight, they need us to. This is I hate using the word. This is existential for them. This is a huge deal. They need us to win this fight.
I really do think they want us to win this fight.
Well, and you guys in the new. You guys in your New Dem coalition role, but just is who you are as policymakers. You guys talk about hardworking men and women that you represent better than a lot of people, and because that's just kind of how we grew up. It's who we are. It's who we represent. It's who we hang out with. When we're not here, there are people. And so fighting for them, we're never going to lose if we're fighting for them and fighting for those people. We won't talk about how the Dodgers are going to beat the Reds, here.
It was so close last night. At one point, it was 8-0
Yeah, and then it was.
And I was like, wow.
The Dodgers tried to give it away. Our bullpen is pretty awful right now, but we tried to give.
Was it the longest home run ever?
It was.
I mean,
so Tawny.
This is. I think between the Bengals and the Reds, and then we'll get out of here. I think our gift our gift is you get to have those experiences. Then you should love Cincinnati sports because the Bengals they did it for the Broncos and the Vikings before that. Now we're doing it for the Dodgers. You're welcome.
It's got to be just a huge disappointment being a sports fan in the Natty.
And
Here's the problem with Cincinnati fans, or most of us. We're homers. So like we don't care.
Yeah,
Like I love my Bengals. It doesn't matter. Like the Reds, I'm just so proud of them. I'm so proud of them. They finished the game and everything. They get to play again tonight.
Yeah, they play again tonight.
Yeah, we're homers. We don't care.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Pete. We appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah. Gabe Vasquez. Come
on
down.
New Mexico. I've been handed a very important document. Oh, we're playing a game.
Gabe Vasquez.
That's right.
Yeah, this is my hunting buddy right here, Gabe Vasquez. There are a handful of us in the Democratic caucus that like to hunt, and this is my main man when it comes to getting out into the great outdoors.
That's right.
I've walked in his district in New Mexico, and I was just mesmerized by the beauty and
you have probably one of the most beautiful
districts. Oh my God,
yeah.
it is stunning. We saw like wild antelope. I mean, it is
what?
Oh yeah.
Pronghorn antelope. Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for inviting me.
Fastest land mammal in North America, in case you didn't know.
Yeah.
I've never been invited. I wouldn't know.
It is. I'm telling you, if you have not been to New Mexico, it is absolutely stunning. It is beautiful, and for the people that work as federal game wardens and the other federal agencies in your district, we want them to be able to enjoy the great outdoors as well without fear of not being paid. And we know that a lot of these federal workers, when they get laid off, when we have government shutdowns,
they get furloughed.
They get furloughed, and some people that are in law enforcement positions, they still have to come to work. So
that's right.
They won't get paid, but they still have to come to work. And that's just unfair. And I really pray that not just in my district and Greg's district, but for the hardworking men and women that work in your district that allow people like me to come from out of state and have an amazing, safe experience on those federal lands. I pray that we're able to get the government open and this does not last long, and that we're able to save people's health care. Because to me, that's so important.
It's important, Mark, and thanks for the shout out. You know, we have White Sands National Park, we have Carlsbad Caverns National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, two beautiful gems in the Southwest. Both are closed as of today. That brings economic opportunity to communities like Carlsbad, New Mexico. 500,000 visitors a year. I mean, it's really incredible. The type of economic opportunity that these resources offer that are managed by our federal land managers.
Terrible.
And they're closed. And there's families out there who are, road tripping across the country
to find a closed gate. Yeah,
gate.
Yeah. All right. The last time you were on the show, we played a game called Falso or Cierto.
That's right.
False or true. Why isn't Cierto a falso? Isn't it true or false? Why are you switching it around? It doesn't matter.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Technical.
What happened?
It was.
Oh, we just flip it.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you for that.
He was gonna,
I'm not an engineer. I'm a
no,
politician.
But I'm the same way. I'm like, there were two.
All right.
I want everybody to know, like in New Mexico, hatch chili season is like a really big deal.
It's a big deal.
It is a huge deal, and is it still going on or is it over?
Oh no, it's still the harvest. So we're into the second harvest for green chili right now.
Okay.
Then a little bit later we'll get into the red chili.
Do you make your own salsa?
I make my own everything. Chile relleno, salsa.
Oh, really?
Sometimes you just bite into a chili. It's better than a Red Bull. So
it's better than a Red Bull.
It is.
All right, number one. This is for you.
All right.
This is your game.
So this is truth. This is truth or false?
Yes.
Cierto, green, true.
Yeah.
Falso.
Congressional
false.
Republicans showed up to work yesterday.
That's the red chili right there.
Yeah.
That's the red chili.
They did not.
They did not. You know, all of our colleagues were here, and I'm very proud that this caucus is sticking together to work for the American people and to protect people's health care.
Yeah.
And that means showing up. You know, Speaker Johnson canceled votes last week. That means, that means to me that Republicans had really no intention of coming to the negotiating table with us. I do think I saw maybe one Republican at the movies or something yesterday. So
really?
Yeah, they may be here, but they're not working. I don't know.
Did you really go to the movies?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Let me ask you the second one real quick.
Is there a movie theater? Sounds like fun.
True or false? Congressional Republicans voted to protect rural health care.
Big false.
Oh yeah.
Red chili.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're gonna say, Gabe, that they put money in there for rural hospitals.
Well, let me tell you this. I went to several of my rural hospitals and clinics, and this $50 million or whatever it is that they offered up,
$50 billion
that they offered up as compensation for the closing of rural hospitals due to the Medicaid cuts is a competitive grant process that has more red tape and bureaucracy.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So this is what my clinic administrators are telling me. They're saying, you know what, we're not getting any of this.
It's
money.
also like it's also basic math. Like I'm not the smartest guy in the world, as you both know, but I'm, like I got the basics. They took, $1 trillion plus out of the system, and then they're like, but we have this $50 billion grant program.
Yeah.
To like
competitive grant program.
Yeah. So like, what did they think was going to happen?
Well, I mean, imagine that
these hospitals are going to close.
Imagine you get 4 flat tires, right? You can't drive your car anymore, and somebody comes to you and they say, "Here's 1 tire." But you like make the best of what you can with that, but you're gonna have to compete for that tire.
You're gonna have to compete for it.
Yeah.
It's
There's
a
shame.
lot of paperwork.
But isn't that the Trump way? They want to Project 2025 you and squeeze you until there's literally like nothing left.
And then they privatize it, and then one of their billionaire buddies gets a contract. That is literally the direction we're going. All right, number 3, the president spoke to the country's generals at Pete Hegseth's military rally yesterday, where he said the Pentagon should use U.S. cities as training grounds.
I can't believe I'm putting the green up right now, but it's true. Cierto.
Yeah. Cierto.
There we go.
Yeah, it's it's chilling. One, you have these incredible generals who have spent their entire lives doing public service and defending this country and working their tails off. And they, these are some of the smartest people in the world. Like generals are, very, very, very serious people. You could argue there's no one more serious than a U.S. general. And they've been summoned from East Asia and the Middle East and Europe and all over to come here and to have the president of the United States say, we don't really care what you think about training. We want to use American cities to start training.
Gabe, dog, you're my main man.
Yeah.
And we go hunting together and everything. But Jeffries is about to come on.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
if you don't mind,
well,
we're going to have Jeffries on.
Oh, no, we got time.
Oh, we're going to have a big
party. Yeah, you're going to say. We're
the band is.
I just didn't want to cut you off, but,
Well, you know what? Let me just say something about that. Is that
dog and everything, but Jeffries got to get on.
Jeffries got to get on. He's got an important job to do. But I'll just say, our military men and women, they take an oath to the Constitution, not to the president.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Can we do one more?
Okay.
Yeah, we do one more.
One more. All right. One more.
Pam Bondi released phase 2 of the Epstein files.
Big red. Big red.
Yeah.
We all know that.
By the way, what's phase 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the one that comes after phase 1, obviously, Greg.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the reasons why we think Republicans didn't show up this week was because they don't want to swear in this new member of Congress who's going to sign the discharge petition, the 218 signature. And, the Epstein stuff is relevant in part because it's these, super wealthy people behaving so badly and getting away with it, which is what you're seeing constantly.
Okay. Hey, yes, let's get back to that. Gabe, you stick around. We have our leader on, Hakeem Jeffries, that is joining the fly-in. So, Hakeem, our esteemed leader, thank you very much for joining us, man.
Great to be with the 3 of you. I was actually enjoying the show. Very,
I love that.
Very informative and entertaining at the same time. So, Mark and Greg and Gabe, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for, your presence. Democrats are on Capitol Hill, reporting for duty, executing our duties. And of course, Republicans are on vacation throughout the country and throughout the rest of the world. And they've shut the government down, and they've shut the government down because they don't want to provide health care to working class Americans. That's what this situation is all about. And it's quite unfortunate because there's a path forward here. Democrats and Republicans sitting down, having a conversation, figuring out how we can reach a bipartisan agreement to reopen the government and also fund the government moving forward in a way that meets the needs of the American people. And the only thing that we've made clear is that we're not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the healthcare of the American people in the face of what has been a relentless Republican assault on the healthcare of everyday Americans, hurting people in rural America, in urban America, in small town America, in the heartland of America, in Black and brown communities all throughout America in ways that have never been seen before. A tax on Medicaid, largest cut to Medicaid in American history, triggering a potential $536 billion cut to Medicare, which is an earned benefit for older Americans all across the country. We know, of course, hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health centers are closing all across the country, including in rural communities, because of what Republicans did in the one big ugly bill. And now they're refusing to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, meaning healthcare costs for tens of millions of Americans are about to go up dramatically related to their premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. So I'm thankful for the New Dem Coalition for your steadfastness, for your heart, your soul, the intellectual expertise that you bring to these fierce debates that we're having on behalf of the American people.
Can I ask you, thank you for joining us and thank you for everything that you've been doing. Curious about, you met with the president, he has not wanted to negotiate at all with Democrats. He told congressional Republicans, do not negotiate with Democrats, even though this budget has to be bipartisan. He knows that, or at least we assume he knows that. And you go over, you're sitting at the White House. Is it clear to him? I mean, we all grew up watching the president of the United States dig in moments like this and understand that they're the ones that have to lead and they have to negotiate a deal that they have to work. Is it clear? And it's not a leading question because you were with him for an hour and a half. Like, what was your take? Does he understand that this is on him? 1, 2, that 22 million Americans are going to lose their healthcare support, January 1, and millions more are going to lose it when these Medicaid cuts. Does he understand what's happening?
Yeah, that's not entirely clear. He certainly doesn't understand that as a result of actions that have been taken by Republicans in the House and the Senate, and then signed into law by Donald Trump related to the one big ugly bill, that millions of Americans are losing their health care coverage because of the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. He knows why they did it.
Yeah.
Did it to reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks, and they're continuing to run the largest pay-to-play scheme in American history. He knows why they've taken some actions, but it's not clear that he fully understands, or at least didn't acknowledge, the consequences of the action. So we laid out quite clearly for him in that meeting that there's a Republican healthcare crisis that is devastating people all across America, and we've got to address it. And that's the point that Democrats have been making, particularly as we are on the eve of the Affordable Care Act tax credits expiring in an environment where the cost of living in this country is already too high. Yeah. Donald Trump and Republicans promised to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down, they're going up. Life is too expensive, and it's about to get much worse because of the actions being taken by the Republicans.
Leader Jeffries, let me ask you something. I asked Chairman Aguilar about this a little bit earlier. The press conference that we had yesterday on the steps, I thought was very powerful. You had an opportunity to spend time with the parents of 2 autistic children, the single mother with 2 autistic children, the college professor that had stage 4 cancer that was worried about his premiums going up. What do you think people like Russ Vought, who seems to almost be gleeful about the prospect of laying off thousands and thousands of federal employees, Trump that just doesn't seem to have any sort of empathy when it comes to people's healthcare costs, what would you tell people like Trump and Vought about some of these individuals that you met and that you spent time with? And I'm sure that your office even comes across more people like that, what are they missing? What would you tell them about Americans like the ones that stood beside you yesterday on the steps of the Capitol?
It's very powerful, and the fact that, we had a person from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who brought his daughter so that she could stand behind him and give him strength as he's navigating stage 4 cancer, battling for his life, but also, battling for the well-being of his family, who he might leave behind if he's unable to get the health care that he needs, being provided by the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And it all just highlights that these debates aren't about cold facts and figures. They're about human beings, real life individuals, families, children, women, a dad with stage 4 cancer, a small business owner trying to raise autistic children, a nurse from Ohio who's concerned that her patients will no longer be able to get the health care that they need because of the dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. So as Democrats, we're fighting for these everyday Americans to improve their quality of life. It's not sloganeering. That's what we hear from the Republicans on the other side, making up lies about the things that Democrats are fighting for. No. We're fighting to make life better for the people that we represent and everyday Americans all across the country who are being run over by these cruel Republican policies, because often cruelty is the point. That's what we're seeing from the Trump administration. Cruelty is the point, and we're pushing back to make clear that America always takes care of its citizens. And that's what we Democrats plan to do.
The Senate yesterday voted on two called budget bills, one that included the restoration of healthcare for tens of millions of Americans, and one that didn't. Neither one passed. But the fact that there is a second bill, there is a bill that would reopen the government and provide healthcare, restore healthcare, and extend these tax credits so people don't lose their healthcare. Why is that second bill what would it take? And I guess this is the leading question, because it requires Trump to actually do work. He would have to sit down with these congressional leaders on the Senate side, the speaker, and just say, look, we've got these two bills. Let's get a deal done. That's it, right?
That's it. And we've actually made clear we're ready to sit down anytime, any place with anyone in order to reopen the government, make sure that we enact a spending agreement that improves the quality of life of the American people, and that we address the Republican healthcare crisis. Unfortunately, Donald Trump doesn't seem interested. In fact, as you pointed out, has directed congressional Republican leaders, don't even talk to Democrats. We don't even want to have a conversation.
Which is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And that's why we find ourselves with the government shut down right now, and we're imploring them. Come up to Capitol Hill, we'll go back to the White House, we'll have the conversation to find the common ground necessary. That's what the American people want. In a common
in the West Wing, the president walked to Capitol Hill. Maybe you and I and others should just walk up to down to the White House and see if he'll at least talk to us.
I have to make that happen next week.
Yeah.
Hey, you get the final word.
Close us out, Hakeem. Close out, Mr. Leader.
Well, thank you all. House Democrats are united, and we're standing shoulder to shoulder with Senate Democrats, and of course, significant leadership from the New Dem coalition to stand up for the American people. We need to reopen this government, but we need to reopen this government, of course, in a bipartisan way, and that requires authentic, good faith partnership with the other side of the aisle. And they've been unwilling to even have a conversation. But I'm here in Washington, D.C. We'll continue to be here, and will make myself available at any time and any place to meet with anyone on the other side of the aisle to get this done. But we are not going to abandon our post in connection with the position that we have to address this Republican healthcare crisis. that we will not support any efforts to continue to gut the healthcare of the American people, and that it's important to make sure that children and families and men and women all across the beauty of the United States of America in every possible place have the ability to raise their family in a comfortable way and not simply struggling to live paycheck to paycheck.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Soon. Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Thank you all. See you soon.
Thanks, Hakeem.